Say my name, you know who I am. Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have Mike Bell back hanging out. We are live at Flowery Branch, guys, as we do on Wednesdays. As we mentioned, Coach Art is going to stop by, head football coach of our Atlanta Falcons, a little bit later on in the show, sometime around 4:20, and we will also get a chance to talk to Jake Matthews. Jake, the leader of this offensive line, Mike, last week when we needed plays, right, they made it happen up front. We will talk to him about the development of Desmond Ridder and a lot more. So that is all on the way. How are you doing, my man?
Doing good, man. Jeez, I leave you alone for one day. I hear you sharing deck pics.
Yeah.
I heard that. So the irony yesterday was I probably could have made it back to the show. Just we didn't know we'd make it enough time, but I could have probably made it, but the traffic was a little funky. So thanks for Fricky for filling in while my hair was getting filled in.
Yeah.
So the problem was I forgot. I was talking and like I usually am, not paying attention. I left my little care package. It has all the ointments and stuff you're supposed to put on your hair. So I get home to Peachtree City. I got to go all the way back to Alpharetta. Oh. So basically, between coming and going, I heard
I don't want to leave the dog alone. My dog sitter would come in the morning while I was up there. So I'd say to Ike, you want to go for a run? He's like, what? He listen, Ike, no. But like literally by the halfway coming back from Alpharetta to my home, Ike's looking at me like, shotgun with me with the seatbelt.
Yeah.
My wife does not approve of that. And the guy yells out, he goes, that's got to be Mike and Ike. And then the same thing on the way back, stuck in traffic in the connector. Reg says to me, he looks at me and goes, hey, Mike Bell. He goes, Ricky's dogging you, man. I'm like, I know. I'm listening.
Yeah, I got it on.
But yeah, so I literally nearly the whole day in the car. But thanks to the guys at North Atlanta Hair Restoration for part 2, 3 years ago, as we mentioned. So a lot of new changes. So as I mentioned to Randy, thanks to the concern guys, but a lot less pain than it was a couple years back.
It's funny because guys were asking me yesterday via the text line, and you can text us 404-726-0929. They were like, dude, I saw Mike. He looks great. Like, what does he need this? And I was like, he's going to fill in the spots that haven't filled in.
It's just where I got, because it gave me more hair. They dropped my hairline down like 1.5 inches. But then behind that, the hair started to thin. So basically reinforced that and sort of filled in, as I say under commercials, the flesh tone yarmulke in the back. So we got some of that in there. So yeah, this is pretty much it. So this is the deal, the 2-parter. We always planned on doing it this way. And thanks to Dr. Daniel and NA for doing it.
This hour brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Up your Man Cave game this football season, guys. They've got it all. Custom pool tables, theater seats, also shuffleboard tables for family, friends, fun. Visit mancavestore.com. We've got a lot to get to. We are going to turn our attention to the Detroit Lions starting today. Last 48 hours has been all about the dub we got on Sunday. It's gone. It's over. And as Andy and Randy were talking about, the installs are going on today. And simply that means, what's the game plan going to be? How are we going to attack this team?
Right.
How are we going to get after Jared Goff? How do we slow them down? And Mike, listen, this is a team that has the potential to score a lot of points. We've seen it. But our defense has been a pleasant surprise. We know this, guys. And when we needed to get off the field on Sunday, those last 3 series, 3 and out, you get off the field with the penalty and the game's over. So I feel confident going to Detroit. We'll ask Coach Art about this, but that offense, again, we don't know if Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be playing and starting at running back, but it looks like that might be a situation.
Yeah, because for those who are not following, David Montgomery's got a big quad injury. He already told the media it's going to take at least 2 to 3 weeks for him. So David Montgomery had a good outing for them in their win and their loss. Their first win against Kansas City and their loss to the Seattle Seahawks at home. They bring in Zonovan Bam Knight, former Jet. So they brought him in to kind of give some depth at running back. I just don't want this to be the Jahmyr Gibbs coming out party.
I agree.
With us. And so another thing is Jeff Okudah, a homecoming of sorts for him, former first rounder that we picked up. Hopefully, and we'll get some clarification from Coach Art. Is he going to play this week in Motown?
Yeah, listen, the secondary, AJ Terrell is balling out. Whether you're paying attention or not, the numbers bear it out. He's done a great job. And even last week when he got the penalty early in the game and everybody's like, what are you doing? He saved a touchdown because they didn't score. So I think for the secondary to get Okudah back potentially this week would be a huge boost, Mike. And then we don't know about CP. We keep thinking he's going to play. We thought last week he might play. He didn't play. So we're going to see where that goes. But the confidence is high here at Flowery Branch. And I also think, guys, heading into week 3, there is no more, what are the Falcons going to be? I think we're starting to see a little bit of where we're at, what we're going to look like, and what the identity of this football team is going to be. Again, I know there are questions about Desmond Ridder, and that's fine. And we're going to talk about the article that came out declaring, or not the article on Ridder, but talk about Ridder and his development, should I say, Mike, and how a lot of people, I don't know what's enough. Like if he throws for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns, is that satisfying enough for you to say, okay, I believe at this point? Because last week was a prove it moment. And I said this to you, when we came out on Monday, and I thought he proved it. I thought those are the moments we're looking for. What kind of quarterback long-term is he going to be? I don't know.
I was having this conversation. It was funny because, I'm getting my lid worked on, talking to Dr. Dan, who's a huge Falcons fan. So we're chatting. And he goes, what do you think about Ridder? And I said, look, I don't need him to be Patrick Mahomes. I don't need him to be Joe Burrow. I'd be happy with him being Brock Purdy. If he's Brock Purdy with all the weapons we got, we're going to be fine.
Yes.
But I know that in Atlanta, and it's funny because I get it. There's still, and I'm done. By the way, I'm done with social media, with these naysayers. Either you're a Falcon fan or you're not. Either you put in the emotional equity over the years. If you're a guy who just jumps from front-running team to front-running team, you want to sit there and just take your shots at us, I got no time for that. I'm all in. Falcon fans know what we got. Great atmosphere at Mercedes-Benz, and that'll be improving over the next few weeks. National media is not going to catch up to us till we're 10-0. Did see a nice piece on Bijan this morning on Good Morning Football. They're singing his praises, showing those big runs, including the one that moved the chains on 4th down. But getting back to your question, no, he doesn't have to be. Yes, I know fans would love him to be Patrick Mahomes. We'd like him to be Patrick Mahomes. Just be serviceable, man. Be a Brock Purdy, and we're going to be 11, 12-win team.
Yeah, listen, the Chiefs didn't know they were getting Patrick Mahomes until they got Patrick Mahomes. You don't know until you get into these situations, and you just start to see. Like, I keep hearing things at practice, right? Like in camp and even preparation for these last 2 weeks, how he commands the offense and the things he does. And we heard the same things about Patrick Mahomes, and by no means am I comparing him. Patrick Mahomes now is a Super Bowl winner. It's just a different level, MVP. But the point is, you don't know until you get into these games. And that's what happened Sunday. We'll see what happens this Sunday against the Lions. It is our first road game, Mike.
Big difference.
And that is going to be the difference. How do we handle the road? It's been a while when you talk about this team being on the road, not just this season. I mean, like, when's the last time this team traveled? Our last 2 preseason games were at home.
Right. And Ridder hasn't won on the road yet. They did no favors, as we said, by starting his career in New Orleans.
Yep.
And although even that game was a chance, if maybe we could argue if Drake doesn't get stripped of the football, maybe we go in and score. But either way, he did lose there. Then the Ravens game was just an ugly grind out affair up in Baltimore when Lamar Jackson was out. But it would be his first road win as a starter. It would be it would be definitely planting the flag that the Falcons are for real. And all of a sudden, this division, which everybody was laughing at, look, the Saints are grinding. There's no style points. That Saints win over Carolina. It was really hard to watch. But the Bucs are beating teams with good defense. They still got weapons.
Yeah, I think this is why we enjoy, seeing how this plays out. Did we think the Bucs would be any good with Baker Mayfield? No. He's not turned the ball over. They're 2-0.
Right.
Saints are 2-0. Maybe you expected that because a lot of people picked them to win this division. We're 2-0. And all of a sudden now, where Carolina is, if the first overall pick is kind of where people expected them to be. 0-2, struggling quarterback. They've got a lot of issues. Either way, I like where we're at. Want to know what you think, guys. 404-726-0929. Follow us. He's Mike Bell.
Never down for the count. Okay.
Never down for the count. That's right. Desmond, tell him. That's our own Joe Patrick, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the whole show yesterday, stuck in traffic. I was like, yeah, I love that.
I do too.
I love it. See, that's the thing.
I do too.
With all due respect, not a knock on Matt, but sometimes you want a little moxie.
Well,
you want a little juice.
Yes.
I know Matt had it, but it was more internalized.
I agree. Well, and listen, Joe Patrick, he wouldn't hurt a flea. Okay, he's a great dude. He was not trying to be malicious in the questioning, but I love the fact that Rivers like, hold on. We're never down and out.
Right. See, that's the thing. We ask these questions. Sometimes you get the reaction, like the time you didn't try to run, Debo out of town or Keanu Neal, I should say. You just say, hey, what's up, man? You look like you're not yourself.
That's right.
And that was not a bad question, but he just took it to a whole other place.
Well,
he totally shut it down.
Well, when
Ritter took it and amplified it and had fun with it.
And that's the thing. It's always about your response, right? If Debo or
Keanu
Neal at that point would have said, no, you know what? I've worked back. I'm 100%.
Right.
here, I'm going to show you guys the plays I can make. That conversation would have went completely different. His response was, oh, damn. Because his feelings were hurt.
Yep.
Because he wasn't 100.
That's correct. Because the truth hurts.
The truth hurts. So with that said,
100%.
oh, come on, Turtle. Do we have to relive this?
This interview is over.
404-726-0929. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes. The radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on around the world of sports. Hey, Braves playing a getaway day today. And we will fill you in on what's going on with the Phillies in town. You said you fear the Phillies, or that's the team.
Yeah, it's the one team. Mistake was asking the question today on the Steakhouse. Who's the team you don't want to see? I don't want the Phillies. Elder looks like Elder right before the All-Star break. Not good today. He gave up 4 earned runs in 3 2/3
immediately.
Yeah, and just not sharp. They're battling back. But the good news is, and we'll talk about it, they kind of got the ship straightened out last night because obviously Strider did his thing and Acuna was doing his.
Yeah, we'll come back. We'll tell you more about it. Also, we'll get you caught up on the latest headlines and Atlanta United in action tonight right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com. Dukes and Bell, we're live at Flowery Branch, guys, getting ready for our conversation with Coach Art today. And also, we'll talk to Jake Matthews about this offensive line. Reminder, this hour brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Visit mancavestore.com. Let's talk about last night, Mike, before we get to some headlines. Braves in action today. We'll keep you updated on what's going to happen as it's a getaway day for the Braves. But we are still in front of the O's. After last night, we'll see what happens today. 97-54. The O's are 95-56. That is the best overall record in baseball we're fighting for. But last night, Acuna homers twice on his bobblehead night, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And then I love the fact that I don't know if he's put an extra slow pause when he stopped at third base both times, just for Rob Thompson. But it did seem that way a little bit to me on TV.
Yeah, listen. He hears everything. He's even commented on social media at times about things that have been said.
Right.
But listen, when you start talking about 67 stolen bases, and we're not even talking about what he's done today,
right.
We'll take a look at the stats. But these numbers, man, they're astonishing. They just are. And I said this. I don't know if he'll do this again. Most times, guys who set these kind of milestones in their career, you never approach it again. Like when Bonds went 40-40, as crazy as he was with the home run chasing, he never did it again. Like it's one of those things that you put so much energy into it. So I just hope we're appreciating it. And guys, I think he's the MVP. There's no question, hands down. But these numbers are sick, Mike.
Right. And in a world where baseball's become so, I don't know, specialized to like Schwarber. Schwarber's the perfect example.
Yep.
Walk, strikeout, or home run. It's insane. And he's up there with some of the greats in baseball for the numbers. His on base is still good, even though his average is low, sub 200. It's like it kind of confounds the odds. And then, of course, nobody's stealing bases like Ronald is. And I know that Peter Moylan last night was talking about that article that I talked about a week ago about Bill Plaschke was trying to compare and pump up Mookie Betts stats against Ronald. I mean, look, if you're 40-70, I'm sorry, game over. No ifs, ands, or buts. But if the base being larger, I mean, and everything else people want to argue, then why isn't everybody else trying to steal the base?
For sure.
Because what? Because teams are so locked in analytics that they don't want to try it? I mean, the Braves do a combination of home run, hitting, and station-to-station baseball through the stolen base. And so to me, it's like, that's a guy that's the ultimate athlete is a guy who can use his athleticism to do something like stealing bases.
Yeah, I think it's just underappreciated because, Mike.
Bill Plaschke propaganda article in the
Moylan, if he was looking for a hot take, he doubled down on his Waffle House. Yeah, it was great. Moylan was fired up last night.
The propaganda. I just don't know if it's appreciated because it just doesn't happen as frequently as it did in the 70s and 80s and even into the 90s. Like teams used to be built around speed.
Right.
Running, stealing bases, bunting guys over. all that changed, and we know this, and the Braves are no different. But now you've got all these power numbers, and the metrics say, hey, I'm not going to have my guy that I'm paying $30 million to bunt when a guy's on third base. I don't care. He's going to swing away. And so all that stuff has changed, but I'm just saying I hope we, as Braves fans, appreciate what we're seeing.
Right. I mean, you and I were kids. You had Billy Martin was Billy Ball when he was with the A's in between his firings with the Yankees. Whitey Herzog with the Cardinals. Willie McGee and Ozzie Smith. Those guys stole a million bases, man. That was the ultimate punch and Judy team, as far as hit and run. So that's the key in the postseason. Is when you need to grind out that run and move the guy over and do all that. But obviously, a lot of folks just say if the Braves don't hit the home run, not gonna win. Certainly, this Phillies team. You asked me earlier about who I'm worried about. Yeah, this is not a good matchup for us. This is not. I don't like. And I know the Phillies, their bullpen can be really sort of schizophrenic.
Yeah.
But when they're dialed in, man, they got a lot of guys that throw heat, and that lineup is stout.
We're gonna see. And by the way, say what you want. Bryce Harper's a dude. Like every time he comes up, he took Strider deep again. I'm like,
you feel like it's a 1-in-3 shot. He's going yard.
Yeah. I mean, he's just a dude. So we'll talk more about the Braves. Jesse Chavez making his return today. We'll tell you the latest on that. Turtle, our executive producer and our engineer today. Appreciate you as always. Whispers is here with us at Flowery Branch. You can watch us, guys, on YouTube and on Twitch live today, and you'll get a chance to see Coach as well. And, of course, our on-site engineer, Jersey Mike. Hey, Turtle, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Listen to what Spencer Strider said about Ronald Acuna last night after Acuna went deep twice on his bobblehead night.
Maybe it's working its way around the outfield. Yeah, I mean he's it's the ability to go out and get the lead, first batter of the game is unbelievable. So. I mean, the guy is, like I said before, he's the most talented player on the planet. And, every day he does something that's special.
33 leadoff home runs for Ronald Acuna. First pitch last night, then he hit one in the sixth. Can I hear both of Acuna for life's home runs, please?
That night, I know he gave up 4 runs, but struck out 10.
He's not striking anybody out here. First pitch, 1-0. Acuna gives this a ride to straightaway center field. He got another one. 39 on the doorstep of 40 for Ronald Acuna.
So 9-3 final on Tuesday, and Mike, as we
yeah, man, it was Acuna 3 for 5, Ozzie 2 for 4, Riley 2 for 4, Ozuna 3 for 4. I mean, just everybody just killing it. The only guy that was struggling, the bottom of the lineup didn't have a great night. Although Pilar had a big RBI too, 2 RBI knock. So, yeah, just everybody cooking. And I know we're all waiting to see how is Strider going to come out and stop the bleeding of that very uncharacteristic 4-game losing streak. I said on Twitter, it looked like we've been in the twilight zone ever since we clinched this division. So aside from, 1 or 2 mistakes from Strider, allowing the 3 runs, I mean, still striking out a bunch of dudes, 68 strikes out of the 91 pitches he threw.
Today, we'll see how this thing finishes, and then we've got to go take on the Nationals. So we'll talk more. Grant McCauley is going to join us a little bit later on here on the show. Let's hear from Arthur Smith, because he talked about, the fact that maybe they'll ask Jeff Okuda if he can give him some intel. Guys, when they leave teams, Mike, you always wonder, do they have the secret sauce and, what you can learn from a guy. Here's what Arthur Smith said about Okuda and his info.
Sure. I mean, there's things that everybody tries to collect information, but like I said, I've been a part of something where guy was traded or released. I can't remember. He had all the intel and it didn't matter one bit. So, you try to get as much information from different places, but at the end of the day, teams evolve so much, whether you were there a month ago in training camp or not, week to week, what their game plan will be to try to stop us and vice versa. So, any information, I'm sure Detroit will do the same thing, but ultimately, most teams, again, they adapt. There's no state secrets that he's going to reveal.
No state secrets.
No, they're going to give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. And, by the way, when he was on the team, they didn't have Jahmyr Gibbs.
That's right.
And how they're going to utilize him. So, yeah, I mean, everybody thinks give me that straight dope. He's, he's a sleeper agent. He's got all this stuff. No, it's just, he just out there, just laid it out there. So it sounds good for hey, talk radio. They're going to use Jeff Okuda, get some inside scoop on the Lions with Motown, Carl. No, they're not. Just do your job, tackle, call good plays, make things happen. I'm just curious which Lions team is going to show up. Are they a little, I don't know, are they spent? Are they more jazzed up? That's a tough loss to Seattle.
Yeah, it is. Fricky and I were talking about that yesterday. Listen, I don't know, you never know how teams respond, right? You go through this up and down emotional roller coaster. That game last week was bananas, guys. Seattle, they should have beat them, all right? And so are they in the building today up there in Detroit still reminiscing about the plays they missed out on and what they didn't do? Everybody in the NFL says you got to let stuff go. Sometimes teams don't.
Right.
And maybe we catch them at the right time where they're a little, sluggish coming off that L. I hope that's the case, but I don't know, Mike. Or maybe it psychs them up a little bit and they come out on fire on Sunday. Who knows?
Right. We'll get into the NFL Blitz because there's some more news, some stuff coming out of the Bears, which I thought was a little interesting. Some of the comments from the QB and also what's going on with Kansas. I should say the Cleveland Browns trying to pick up the slack for. I know I was off yesterday, but I'm sure you guys spent a lot of time on it. Feels so bad for Nick Chubb, man.
Oh,
that was just such a good dude. And I know Georgia fans have had a chance to meet him and hang around. Just a great guy, and your heart goes out to him.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Let's hear Arthur Smith talk about Jared Goff, guys. He's better than what you think. I know a lot of you have been sleeping on Goff, and you thought, well, he didn't do anything. He took the Rams to the Super Bowl. This guy's playing really good football right now. Here's Arthur Smith.
Yeah, he's a good player. A guy I think's very underrated. I mean, he was the number one pick. Clearly has an elite skill set, and the guy's won a lot of games in this league as a starter. So took a team to the Super Bowl, won a lot of football games. So he's a good player. Not sure why he doesn't get the credit he deserves. Like I said, it'll be a challenge. They got a good football team. They got a good line, tough receivers, defense playing well, right? The secondary is aggressive. We're looking forward to it. It'll be a good challenge.
I don't know, because the Super Bowl was so lackluster, and the fact that the perception is he's damaged goods when the Rams trade him for Matthew Stafford. Stafford comes in, obviously, brings home the bacon.
Super Bowl, yeah.
And so Goff has got to deal with that. Remember those videos from remember the Hard Knocks with the Rams? You had that amazing house in the backyard with like the chipping green. It was like all terraced, and
him and his girlfriend,
and the
right?
smoking hot supermodel girlfriend, and now you're going to Detroit.
It was crazy, man.
Right.
But I think Goff is.
But
underrated.
that's the perception. That's why the perception is what it is.
Can I hear Ryan Clark? There's a lot of stuff out there about Bijan, and Ryan Clark was comparing Bijan to LT. It's funny. Baldy was talking about this today on the podcast we did in the huddle, and he said LT told him at the combine when he asked him, and you can go check out the podcast. It's in the huddle wherever you get your podcast. Who does he remind you of? And LT looked at Baldy and said, me. and Baldy said, right. You serious? And he said, yeah. And they watched Bijan run the 40-yard dash. But listen to Ryan Clark's comparison.
To me, Bijan Robinson is LaDainian Tomlinson, and they were very similar coming out of college. They're guys who can break the long run, but it's also about contact balance, and both of them are stronger than you think. Bijan Robinson, when you look at what he was able to do on that fourth down and those moves, go back to game one. He gets the catch out of the backfield in the slot, the step back to get into the end zone. These are all things we watched LaDainian Tomlinson do throughout his Hall of Fame career.
That's right. Look, and that's why when we were talking about him earlier this summer, and LaDainian Tomlinson was always saying, "Yeah, I got no problem." I think that gives you the green light to compare him to LaDainian Tomlinson when the man himself says it. Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? No more do you need to see or say, right?
He didn't do it.
If Barry Sanders says he reminds me of me, or or Marshall Faulk says it, then you can throw that in there too. You and I both just retweeted. Bleacher Report's got a super slow-mo ceiling cam angle of Bijan Robinson making 3 Packers miss, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah, the contact balance, that what Ryan's talking about, that's a gift, man. Special. Coming up, guys, we're going to talk more about Ronald Acuna. Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Don't let low T keep you down, guys. That's low testosterone. It doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. They are now, and I'm talking about the national media finally jumping on board and talking about the guy that we've been saying is the MVP all season, and we're starting to hear more chatter. We'll give you the latest next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're live at Flowery Branch today. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, we've got some NFL Blitz news and Justin Fields speaking to the media today. Interesting thoughts, Mike. I'll let you hear what he had to say, or I will tell you what he said today about his play. A lot of questions about these some quarterbacks, not all, but some quarterbacks that we expected to play a lot better. Right. He's one of those guys.
Yeah, and I know that you've got a relationship with Justin Fields, and everybody, a lot of Georgia fans still pulling for him, but man, he said some stuff which I don't think a quarterback needs to be saying, especially where the Bears are right now.
Yeah, we'll get to it coming up. As far as the Braves, guys, and we're going to talk about some of the national media, guys like Jim Bowden, who writes for MLB.com, declaring Ronald Acuna the MVP over Mookie Betts. I declared him the MVP over Mookie Betts about 2 months ago, but that's me.
Right.
The numbers, and here's what's interesting now. 67 stolen bases, 39 home runs, tied with Betts for that number, okay?
Right. For the home runs.
For the home runs. We know nobody's stealing as many bases as Ronald. The average is still up there, 340, 338, whatever it is.
Higher than Mookie Betts.
Correct. On base, slugging. I mean, all the things that matter if you want to look at the baseball metrics. But the good news is, and I like Jim's work, but this is what needs to happen. This kind of momentum that, okay, let's stop talking about the Dodgers and really focus on what this guy's doing.
Right.
I think, Mike, to be honest with you, we said this, we didn't care last year when Judge was breaking the home run record. But I think because this is such a special milestone,
right,
when he gets to approaching 70, they should be breaking in and showing Braves games and showing Ronald Acuna getting ready to break this milestone.
Not happening,
Why
Hans.
not?
Because A, we're not New York.
Oh.
And B, there's media that doesn't like Atlanta. You know me. I know people say that I'm paranoid. You're paranoid. Yes, I'm paranoid. No, it's just the way that Atlanta always gets short shrift from ESPN. No, they're not going to be breaking it. Maybe MLB Network will do that, sure, for the nerds. But I mean, for the casual fan, unfortunately, yeah, we're not going to get the juice. It sucks. That's why I got so upset about the Platsky article, because LA is still a bigger market than us.
You're telling me that no one in the history of baseball. The history of baseball has ever done what Ronald Acuna is about to do.
Not Ty Cobb, not Lou Brock, not Ricky Henderson.
And you're telling me they will not break in to show this amazing milestone as he approaches it here at the end of the month? That's not going to happen?
No. Yes, it should. All the things you just said are accurate. And it's a
How, Sway?
How? Because we're Atlanta, and they treat us like crap. Because we're always treated like a second. I don't know what it is.
That's criminal.
We're part of this whole flyover state thing. I could give a flip. Now, here's the other thing. Conversely, many parts of America, maybe no one told this, the guys at ESPN, don't give a crap about the Yankees or Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
And a record when it's not 70, it's not whether you accept Bonds or not. No one cares. I mean, the whole thing with Mantle and okay, now it's the American. Nobody gave crap. ESPN, my God, they jammed that down your throat like it was the only story in sports for like the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, and listen, how does that not happen? Like, seriously, MLB should be ashamed of themselves if they're not going to show, oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Ronald Acuna is about to do something that no one in the history of baseball has ever done. Let's take a live look in.
Bob Nightingale, what do you think? Well, yes, the Atlanta National League Ball Club. I'd perhaps embrace this story more if there wasn't a Native American tomahawk symbol used on their chest. I don't know, man.
You might be right.
I don't know.
I hope you're wrong.
Me too.
Because we deserve that attention.
Right.
This is one of those things, we always say this in sports. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What do we have to do? It's like the Falcons. Right. What do we have to do? You said it. We got to go 10-0 before you start saying, hey, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's all you get, because there is a stigma, and I still, maybe not so much with the Braves anymore, but there always was that feeling the Braves were always a regular season team, and not necessarily had the minerals for the postseason. Yeah. Some of that was under Bobby Cox, but that's ancient history. This team is doing stuff. Should have 2 out of 3 last 3 World Series, including 2020. But look, all we can do is get out there, and you win that second one, then there's the validation, and you force the national media to recognize you as a dynasty.
404-726-0929. You guys tell us, are we wrong? Like, am I crazy to think that, over the next 2 weeks, as this guy continues to collect stolen bases and he approaches 70, that we should be seeing our team on TV going, Ronald Acuna is about to do something that no one's ever done? I just don't understand that. But Mike has a valid point about why the judgment is being made about our team. Here's the thing, though. If baseball is smart, you embrace this and say, hey, this is the excitement of the game. Right. Look how cool things are being done in our game that have never been done. That's what they should be
But
saying.
again, according to the analytics and the sabermetrics nerds, I don't think it's
Nerds!
stolen base is not worth the risk. That's that's why the Dodgers don't do it. That's why I was arguing with Platchkey. That's why when I came over the top on Platchkey, some LA fan, nobody in Major League is stealing bases. Oh, that's the great argument. Nobody can do it, so you don't do it? Get out of here. But that's the thing, because the way that analytics have come, stealing bases is not everybody's cup of tea.
All right, guys. By the way, Ozuna from the Braves has just tied it up at 4 apiece.
Whammy.
An RBI double. So we are tied, and hopefully we can win another one. Listen, last night we needed a win like nobody's business.
Yeah, 4-game losing streak. As I said, they were just I don't know how to. I heard you and Fricky talking about it yesterday. Like they're sleepwalking, like there's a hangover. But you want to have, like, I'm not saying you got to win, go 15-5, but you want to have some momentum at the end of September, right? And
you do.
You don't want to stumble to the gate. And by the way, maybe Baltimore will be the number one, maybe not. Who knows? I don't think Baltimore's getting past Houston. I still go with agent guile and experience over these new guys until they can show you they know how to do it in the postseason.
I agree, man. What do you guys think, man? Hit us up. Mike Bell, ATL. I'm going to put them up. See Dukes. The radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. So we've got a tie score, and hopefully, again, we're able to eke out another dub before we hit the road. I would love to see that. But, yeah, it's all about momentum. I cannot coast into the playoffs. I don't care how good you've been all season. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see for instance, what if Elder has another bad outing? You don't want that to become a thing, because previously he had 4 good outings. So you want to have momentum. Strider looked really good, and here's the thing with Strider. As he gets later in his pitch count, like I love the fact he battled back and he gets the big strikeout after he gives up the runs, but how do you manage him? Because it seems like once he gets over 75 or 80, that's what it seems like the third or fourth time through the lineup. Sometimes guys tee off on it. That's why that Phillies team is the last team I want to see in the playoffs.
All right.
Them specifically.
So here's the thing, Mike, and we don't know how this is going to turn out. But Iglesias is going to start the 9th inning, and it's a tie game, which is what you do. Throw your closer out there. Let's close the door, and let's get another shot at it. Hopefully we win. Bottom of the 9th, ball game. You nervous?
Yeah, because you get into a bunch of other dudes, and let's see who they've already used. Okay, all the guys I wanted to see. So now I'm really nervous about who's going to come out of the pen. They've already used Brad Hand. They've already used Pierce Johnson.
Yep.
Now, if you go with Iglesias, Minter pitched last night.
Yeah.
If they may bring Minter in, that's
Iglesias is going to come in.
Yeah.
So I just.
But I'm saying, who's going to pitch? Who's going to, if you don't win the bottom of the ninth,
who's coming in? And that's so we'll see, guys. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with our Braves. NFL Blitz is on the way. We are live at Flowery Branch, as we said. Coach is going to join us here in the 4 o'clock hour, and we're going to talk to Jake Matthews as well up here today. And guys, just so you know, they're out there, running around, getting the game plan ready. And it's always exciting, Mike, when you're 2-0 versus 0-2. And we said this, like the energy, you feel it. It's different. Right. And we'll talk to Coach about this, but I think it's easier to get guys locked in going on the road being 2-0 than it is 0-2. And so now you get a chance to go and see what this is about. The London trip is weird, guys, by the way. It's a long way. You're out of your normal routine. You leave extremely early, like this game, right? You're going to leave on a Saturday. You'll be in Detroit. You'll play, and you're back. They're leaving like Wednesday or Thursday next week. It's just a different game.
And when you come back, we're playing the Texans that following Sunday at Mercedes-Benz. We chose, and I think it's a good move.
I do too.
We chose to not use the bye week the NFL is going to give you. They give you the option of moving it back. So we move it when there's more wear and tear, which makes sense for a playoff run, knock wood, potentially. But I heard Fricky, and I have to agree. I found myself agreeing with Fricky, which rarely happens, that, yeah, you want to win them all. But if you did lose, hypothetically, the Jags, it doesn't really jam you up because for the division, the NFC tiebreakers, etc.
Yeah.
But I still want to go out there and kick their butts.
I do too. I want to win them all. But yes, if you want to say in the big scheme of things, in the NFC, does this hurt or help us? It won't matter as much as this game or other NFC games are going to play.
Remember, Calvin,
out of the division.
I know we're getting a week ahead of ourselves. Calvin really didn't play in the London game. Remember, he didn't want to make the trip 3 years ago, and we didn't know why.
Well, that's what started all this, right?
That's when it started to go south.
And then we came back, and it was Carolina.
Played against those guys, and then he tapped out against Miami, or vice versa. So played Miami, then tapped out against Carolina.
That's correct, yeah. So, well, listen, he's off to a really good start. We'll get a chance to talk about Calvin next week. We are focused on the Lions, and we're going to talk more about him coming up in our NFL Blitz. Also, Mike Tomlin and his message to the Steelers, and what did Justin Fields say? We'll fill you in coming up next.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio and the game.
We are live at Flowery Branch, guys. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We got a lot to get to. Braves tied up right now as we speak for a piece against the Phillies, trying to finish up this series. Tomorrow, it'll be Braves at Nationals, but it'd be nice to win another one after last night's big dub. Ronald Acuna continuing to stay hot, and we'll fill you in on what's going on there. We've got an NFL Blitz on the way, Mike. Justin Fields may have put his foot in his mouth. And for those of you who are following this, Justin today was talking about his woes and, playing quarterback. And the thing is, Mike, he basically says that, he feels like he hasn't played like himself. I want you to hear it. And he also goes after his OC, okay?
Yeah.
Which is not what you want to do in these situations. I don't care if it is his fault. You don't say it, especially when you're a starting quarterback and considered to be the franchise guy. Either way, here's Justin talking today.
When you say thinking less, what do you think was causing you to think so much, maybe think too much?
Could be coaching, I think. But at the end of the day, it makes it, they're doing their job when they're giving me, what to look at, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I can't be thinking about that when the game comes. I prepare myself throughout the week, and then when the game comes, it's it's time to play free at that point. So just thinking less and playing more.
Saying that he felt like he was playing robotic.
Yeah.
And blaming it. Look, I don't know Justin Fields. The parent, the family. I got to be honest. I don't like what I'm hearing one bit. You got to take some ownership.
Yep.
And you got to play better. And I know that, even when things aren't set up for success because he doesn't have the weapons necessarily, you still got to be a leader on that team. And the way he answers questions in that city, a blue collar, the city of the big shoulders, blue collar town, that is not going to play. And I know that some guys say, hey, man, give him a break. It's semantics. It's not semantics. That's leadership or a lack of it from Fields. That's passing the buck.
I agree. Chris, can I hear just the first?
Coaching.
Thank you.
Don't do that.
It could be coaching. Here's the reality, right? They're 5-22 in the 27 games he's played in since he got there, okay? Right. He's been sacked over 100 times since he got there. He has a completion percentage under 60% since he got there. He's thrown 26 touchdowns and 24 interceptions since he got there. Listen, he's not played well. There's no doubt. And you could say he went into a crap situation. Right. Head coach is not the best situation for him.
And I even said in his defense, if you're going to have the investment of that draft pick, go get the best offensive mind.
I agree.
And then they brought in Eberflus, and I thought, well, that's a defensive coach, and that's he hired some dude with not a lot of experience as an OC.
Well, think about this, guys. Shane Steichen was the Eagles' offensive coordinator, right? He goes to the Colts. I don't care what you guys are saying. Anthony Richardson is balling.
Right.
I know he got hurt, and he's being foolish with not sliding and running. He's balling. And there's something to be said about Arthur Smith and our quarterback and guys around the league, whether it's Sean, McVay, getting Matthew Stafford, who never won a playoff game and all of a sudden wins a Super Bowl. Right. There's something to be said about, hey, I know what you need, and we need to follow this routine or this plan. Justin hasn't gotten that, but I think he was completely out of line today. And I'm sure his pops is on the line with him saying, you can't say that, son. Pablo's like, you can't say that. Because when you do those things, now you're deflecting and you're saying, I'm not at fault here. I didn't throw the 24 interceptions.
You're playing robotic because you go through your progressions. The coach he's over your shoulder at that moment. He's in your heads. Now the headset shuts down with 15 seconds left on the clock. So the other thing is, and this is where we don't know, so just give an opinion on this, because I never heard anything about him with accountability at Ohio State. And I always thought part of the reason I wanted to draft Justin Fields was how Skowski nearly broke him in half in the Clemson game, and he finished that game, and then not even close to 100% gave Alabama the best he had. But was he a guy that was doing some of these things that got Kirby feeling a certain way? Because I always felt that Joe Chaney wasn't the right offensive coordinator for him. But I wonder, did this seep into some of the things in Georgia, which is why it precipitated him leaving? I don't know. But all I do know is now he's an adult and he should know better, and he's saying some terrible things if he wants to remain quarterback of the Bears.
Yeah, Luke Getty is the offensive coordinator, guys, for the Bears. And again, it's not like this is his first rodeo.
Right.
But this would be like, okay, again, our guy's struggling and throwing Art under the bus because he's calling the plays. And you just, it'd be like, well, why are you struggling, Dez? Well, it could be coaching. It's just a bad look. 404-726-0929. We've got more NFL to talk about. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Mike, we are going to extra innings. Arcia popped out. Blah, blah, blah. We are going to extra innings.
Okay.
I'm just looking right now. So the game is tied at 4. We will keep you guys updated. All right, let's talk about what else is going on around the NFL. Mike Tomlin says the Steelers lost their mojo. We have to get our mojo back, is what he said yesterday. We've got to get the mojo that we had in the preseason. We were playing fast and fluid with confidence, individually and collectively. That sounds like Tomlin. Individually and collectively. He says, but we've lost that. In 2 weeks, they've lost that?
Yeah, I mean, like, the 49ers kick your butt. You come back, and look, you can thank – I know you guys touched on this yesterday. Fricky was in for me, but Deshaun Watson looks terrible. Deshaun Watson just looks terrible.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like a guy who's a veteran and a guy that should be one of the highest paid quarterbacks. He doesn't even look remotely close. And, boy, I will take a mea culpa on that one because back in March 2 years ago, I said, yeah, let's go get him. If we can make it work, let's find a way. Thanks, we didn't, because he looks awful. And now you throw the Nick Chubb injury in there, forget about it. Now, Kareem Hunt's going to get the minutes he always wanted, which made him leave Cleveland. But that's a team just like the Jets. I mean, I don't think who really believes, they start the season with a big one over Cincinnati and they go backwards.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on there with his head. Just like with Justin saying he's playing robotic, it looks like that with Deshaun.
Right.
But let me hear Mike Tomlin talking about Steeler fans because, Mike, in the process, all these OCs are getting heat. Matt Canada's the OC there. Steeler fans were going in. They were like killing him for how lackluster that offense was as they played the Browns. Here is Coach Mike Tomlin.
Man, I appreciate their passion. I share their passion. We all do. Man, we love our fans, man. They inspire us. They challenge us. It's an awesome relationship. Man, we don't run from challenges. We run to challenges. This is the sport entertainment business. It is our job to win and thus entertain them. And so, we don't begrudge them for that. We want them to be fat and sassy and spoiled. It is our job.
Fat, sassy, and spoiled is never 3 adjectives I would ever. Well, fat maybe, not the other parts about Pittsburgh fans. But I love Tomlin, man. I always get a kick out of him. What do you think of Pickett, by the way? Not that impressive. Not that impressive.
Jury's out. I had high expectations for him, not in the preseason, at the way that he ended last season. And I thought he was – he's got to take a step, right? You take that next step.
It's one thing if you're a third-round pick, like our guy Desmond Ridder.
First round.
You're a first-round pick in that town, who played in that stadium. I don't know about that one.
Jury's out.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But Pittsburgh,
sassy and spoiled.
But they go to Vegas Sunday night. Oh, my God, there'll be 50,000 Steeler fans in Vegas representing Pittsburgh.
Oh,
no bananas.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, let's hear from Micah Parsons on moving around on the defensive line. Guys, he's off to an incredible start. I said earlier this season he's on a mission. It's not just to be the defensive player of the year. He's trying to be the MVP. And if he keeps playing like this, he might be. Here's Micah Parsons.
Some guys where they just want to strictly left up on the left side or strictly just want to stay on the right side. And it's easier to find. And I told Coach, I was like, man, I'm not going for that this year. I'm not staying on the right side. I need to be moving around. Like, I don't want these guys to constantly finding me. They got to come look for me. They need to game plan more. And, that was like one of my things in my extra interviews. And so far it's been great.
So when you use a guy like that, you get a talent like that. I mean, I think it's safe to say you can compare him to Lawrence Taylor now, right? We can do that.
Yes.
LT, if you remember the Giants, they move him everywhere. He could be lined up. They have him on left, right. It's like the famous pack of wild dogs. He rushed from every side of the field that night.
He was incredible, man. There's no doubt about it. Hey, Mike, are the Jets? Are they going to be able to win anything?
No, they're dead. They're completely dead in the water. Done, over and done. And I feel bad. We were also juiced. We've already covered. What happened. But they got the Patriots coming to town. Belichick and the Patriots. Look, this could be a 17-14 game. Could be a grinder because the Jets defense will certainly keep them in it. But then Zach Wilson won't be able to do anything while he's in it. So I'm still going with Philly. I'm going with New England. It's a 1 o'clock start up there at MetLife. Yeah, they're dead. And they lose this one, let's be honest, it's over.
Yeah, 0-3. Now you really got some things going on. Garrett Wilson was talking about losing 14 straight to the Patriots. Listen to this.
14 straight is unacceptable. And that's unacceptable. I'm 0-2 against them. That's unacceptable. I inherited I walked into a team that we haven't beat the Patriots, and I feel like that's why they brought me here and brought me and Sauce here and the guys here to make things like that change. So it's time that we do what we get paid for.
Yeah, I mean, he can't throw the ball to himself. That's the thing.
No, I feel bad. Listen, I feel bad for guys like him because it's like Christmas, right? You're telling your homeboys, like, man, I got Aaron Rodgers as my quarterback, man. I'm about to break all kind of records. Hurt. What? He's hurt. He's hurt.
When you said Christmas,
he's hurt.
When you said Christmas, I thought you said you were asking for the G.I. Joe and Grandma got your socks. You know what I mean?
Can you imagine Garrett Wilson? No, he's like, dude, I'm about to break every record in the book. He's hurt. Oh,
yeah. I mean, like it's one of those where you want to be original and come up with something outside the box. No, everybody on the planet knew where this was going. It happened. Now you had the amazing kick return, and you won that game. But yeah, it's just that womp womp. That's where it's going. Hey, Bryce Young on the injury report did not participate in practice today up in Charlotte.
Really?
Yep. So a little banged up. Held a walkthrough only. Obviously, it's a short work week, flipping around from Monday night. But it's significant in the sense that when a quarterback lands on the injury report, as Pro Football Talk states, there's interesting to see if Andy Dalton might be under center this weekend. And the Saints didn't look great.
Ginger?
Yeah, and by the way, the Saints didn't look like
the red rifle,
the red pea shooter. Yeah, I watched that. By the way, I know you guys spent time on this yesterday. Fricky was in for me, and I actually brought this up to you on Monday. The double stack Monday night is the stupidest thing in football.
We got another one Monday. You know that,
It's
right?
stupid. It's dumb.
We got another one.
Splitting the screen. Even if you got an 80-inch TV, it's still annoying when they split the screen. But but the Saints don't look like world beaters.
No.
And everyone chalks the Saints up to Derek Carr. Looks like Derek Carr. We can handle those guys.
We can handle them. Let's handle.
We can at least the minimum we can.
And spoiled.
We can. Thanks, Coach Tomlin. We can split with the Saints if nothing else.
I agree. Let's hear Dan Campbell because he was talking after they lost to Seattle, and he was already thinking about us. Listen to what he said about our weapons compared to Seattle.
Look, I know it stings, and those guys are disappointed. I'm disappointed. The staff is, but my gosh, man, this is good. We'll get a little humble pie here, and we got a real good opponent coming in next week, and they run it as good, if not better, than those guys, and they have better weapons, just all around.
Thank you, Coach. But we mentioned David Montgomery and all is out for this game. They picked up a dude from the Jets. You got Jahmyr Gibbs, and maybe this will be hopefully, as we said earlier, not his chance to sort of have a coming out party. But Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's a dude.
He's a dude.
Josh Reynolds has got 2 touchdowns receiving. So I hope Jeff Okudah can go because I think we're going to need him.
I agree, Mike. 404-726-0929. Hit us up. NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Hey, as we were talking about the Giants, right? The Jets teams, should I say the New York teams, just look bad. And now no Saquon.
Against the Niners on on the short work week Thursday night.
Here's Brian Dable real quick talking about whether he's going to be ready or not. I don't think Saquon plays, Mike, but, maybe they're playing this game to just keep him on their P's and Q's. Here's Brian Dable.
I'm not saying that he's out yet. He's a quick healer. I'm not saying he's in, he's out. We're going to take it all the way up with him to Thursday, but he feels a lot better today. I just talked to him, so we'll see where we're at.
All right. By the way, we mentioned earlier, Kareem Hunt signs a 1 year with incentives to be worth up to $4 million. Adam Schefter had that. He left the Browns because he was sick of sort of having to share the role with Chubb. So he had a chance to do his thing. Always think of it more as like the complimentary piece, but see what he can do in between the tackles.
All right. We're going to get you caught up on what's going on with our Braves when we come back. And where are we in society when it gets to this? We're going to talk about that. Find out what it is when we come back on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
and Bell.
Lord, have mercy. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. You heard the update there. Phillies up 6-4 on our Braves. Bottom of the 10th now. And it was Minter giving up a couple of hits,
Right.
Mike, getting a couple of runs in. The Phillies did. It was good for us to get back in this game. I'd love for us to win it. I'm trying to win all of them, but this is what I asked you before we went to the last break, and I said, are you more concerned? Iglesias came in, did his job, and you said, no, what happens after Iglesias? And that's what happened.
Yeah, I was just curious where they were going to go with this one, and Minter, unfortunately, puts 2 runners on, then a double, and so now the Braves are going to have to scramble just to extend this game. So, yeah, it's just, just a weird, since we clinched, just a weird run. And I know that some guys hit me up on the text, and they're like, oh, why are you sweating Philly? Do you not remember what happened last October? I mean, they're look, you don't have, and the other thing is, we are proud of this team, and maybe they'll have 104 wins or something, but, you got to get in the postseason with momentum, and you don't have to win the division to get in the World Series. The Mets did it once, the Marlins did it twice, and won the World Series as the wild card. So, and the Phillies got to the World Series again last year as a wild card. So, hopefully get rolling. Hey, some good news potentially for Falcons fans.
Give it to me.
Couple of things. Lions look to be without C.J. Gardner-Johnson and James Houston from their defense. This is according to the Detroit Free Press, given their Wednesday Lions injury information. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he went down late against Seattle. David Montgomery still day-to-day. The Detroit article makes it sound like he's not going to play because he said he might need 2 to 3 weeks for his quad injury.
Okay.
Couple of other dudes, Emmanuel Mosley with a hammy, Kirby Joseph with an injury not listed, what the specifics are. Is it Vitae? Goes down with a knee injury. A bunch of dudes on the defense are banged up. So they're describing it, yes, as a mass unit in this article I'm reading right now.
That's good news.
Yeah.
That's good news.
I mean, we may get a Cuda back. We'll try to find out from Art when he joins us. But defensive backs C.J. Gardner-Johnson and defensive end James Houston are out on IR. Both guys go on IR.
All right, Mike, where are we at in society where you have a situation that happened last week in Colorado where Travis Hunter, Georgia boy, was the #1 high school recruit coming out of high school 2 years ago and decides to go to Jackson State for Dion, and obviously transfers, and now he's at Colorado. He gets a vicious, dirty hit. And the kid that delivered that hit from Colorado State was getting death threats. Dion addressed this yesterday. I addressed it at the end of the show, but Mike, we're talking about football. And as dirty as the play may have seemed,
and it was,
and regardless of if he got thrown out or not, which he should have been, death threats are never the answer. Like that, where are we going with this when you start having fan bases? Now, I know you're going to say, well, what do you expect? It's Colorado. Listen, this happens with every fan base when you feel like you've been cheated or a dirty play has happened to your guy.
And again, Henry Blackburn is one of the captains for Colorado State. And I heard Squid talking about this on the morning shift the other day. You can't compare this to the Florida hit against Nebraska. I mean, or Oklahoma. There's nothing you can compare it to because the ball was dropped. It's nothing happening, and pow, he lays him out, and he lacerates his liver. I mean, it's a mean hit. Referee should have called targeting, should have kicked him out of the game. They have all these stupid rules now, which drive us crazy. Here's where this guy should have gotten the gate. But 2 things, as Dion said. Dion's like, I get death threats all the time, but this is a kid because people hate Dion because Dion's a proud black guy living his life and doing things that people don't want to see done, apparently, in some circles of college football. But 2 things. Most guys with this stuff, it's chicken blank. These guys, if they saw this guy, they'd run the other way as far as a death threat. But because we live in a society that is so jacked up now, the cops have to take this stuff seriously.
Yeah, I want you to hear Dion talk about it. Then I'm going to let you hear what Travis Hunter said about Blackburn's hit. He is out at least for 3 weeks, but Dion addressed it.
Henry Blackburn is a good player who played a phenomenal game. He made a tremendous hit on Travis on the sideline. You could call it dirty. You could call it he was just playing the game of football. But whatever it was, it does not constitute that he should be receiving death threats. He does not deserve a death threat over a game. At the end of the day, this is a game. Someone must win. Someone must lose. Everybody continues their life the next day.
That's it. It's that simple. As serious as we get and as passionate as we are as fans, it should never come to this. And so, you see this in college football, and I get it, Mike. Fans trying to take up for their guy. You feel like if you're a Colorado fan, hey, this guy might have ruined Travis's season or maybe ruined our season when we're not having our best player out there, but it should never come to that. And I just think when I heard that originally, I was just like, wow, some adult took the time out to just say, oh, you should die because of what you did on the football field.
Right.
Really? Like, get a life. I can't comprehend that, to say, hey, I'm cheering for my team and I'm excited for my team. But then at some point, Mike, I go to a dark place and I go, the kid that did that needs to go.
Yeah.
How do you go there?
And again, first off, you're an animal. You have no perspective. You need some help. You get some mental health help. You're also, chicken blanket. Something's probably fueled by some brown liquor, and now all of a sudden you're a tough guy and you're going to threaten somebody and his family too, by the way, not just the kid, but his family.
Unbelievable.
No, it's where we at. It's disgusting. It's despicable. It's about as bad as what happened that the Patriots fan gets punched and dies. You're not supposed to die going to a football game. And look, we've all been in scraps. We've all been in fights in bars, or maybe some of us haven't, but some of us more than others. And we've all argued with people at football games. We all know by the time you're in your 50s, it's not worth it. But Dale Mooney's dead. Guy's got a family. He's gone from a fight. And you saw it. It looked innocent enough. 2 hard shots get landed. He falls in the slumps in the seat, gone. And they've got the 911 call. They're trying to get security. And it's just heartbreaking for his family, and his wife wants answers. And the guy that punched him is going to go to jail for the rest of his life.
Well, yeah, because
period. Sorry, them's the rules.
I agree.
That's manslaughter.
No,
whatever the rules are in Boston, but manslaughter, he's got to go to the limit of the law.
Well, we've seen more of this. It's Dukes and Bell. You guys have a thought or two on this, and maybe you've been at a game, and again, we see this. I've seen it at Mercedes-Benz, unfortunately, guys, but we've seen it all over the country where people are getting into scraps, Mike, with opposing fans,
right?
And it gets nasty. You're talking noise or whatever. And then hands get thrown, and all of a sudden, people just pull out their phones.
Right.
That's what people do now. It's like, oh, it's a fight. Hold on, let me record it.
Right. Well, nobody wants to jump in nowadays because if somebody, God knows what, even with security, if the guy's got a blade or a weapon or whatever, you don't want to get involved. But yeah, man, and what's the commonality on this? Booze. Everybody's overserved.
Yeah.
That's why I can't get a drink after the fourth quarter starts, because the idiots who can't handle their business. Speaking of which, did you see the viral video of the Panthers fans who started scrapping in the concourse?
No, I did see it.
I don't even know what they were scrapping about, but 2 Panthers fans are beating the crap out of each other.
Well, they were upset about Bryce Young's play, obviously. Yeah, man, it's one of those things. Let me hear Travis Hunter while we're talking about this, because he was talking about the Blackburn hit. This is the young man that had the hit delivered on him, and he's not offering up these kind of threats.
It's football, though. At the end of the day, stuff like that's gonna happen. So I just stay humble. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do. It's football. Something bad's gonna happen on the field sooner or later. We just gotta get up and fight again. That's what I try to do. Get up and fight. Good thing the doctors stopped me, because if there was no doctors there, I would have still been out there playing. For everybody that helped me that day. Yeah, it's gonna be a speedy recovery.
There you go. That's it. I mean, and he talks about, because he came back out, guys. He got hurt, left the game, came back out in the third quarter and played, and then they were like, maybe you shouldn't be playing.
Right.
So they pulled him. But, yeah.
It's like when, who was it? When Bledsoe got popped and he had the lung. He punctured his lung.
That's right.
Had to come out. By the way, I found the video. It was actually a Saints and a Carolina fan were going at it.
Oh, it's okay.
But I only saw the end when the Carolina fans jumped in. It looked like it was 2 Carolina. Actually, the Carolina fan.
So a guy gets jumped?
Pulling the Carolina fan out. Well, it's Saints fans, Carl. We know what these guys can be like. Here we go. I'll blow it up for Carl.
Oh.
It's a Saints fan is just giving the business too, by the way. And then there you see the Carolina fan get in there. But
Wow.
So the thing is, you may think you can fight. You may have been in a fight. But if you've had 17 beers, you're probably not going to be Joe Louis in the ring.
Yeah. Well, that's the deciding factor, right? I mean, you're not.
Because you don't have your balance. Yeah. Guy makes any kind of contact. You're going down, sweet prince. Good
down goes
Frazier. In this case, down goes fat white boy from Mecklenburg County.
Oh, my goodness. 404-726-0929. You guys can let us know what you think, man. Coming up, Yeah Man, No Man is on the way. By the way, this hour is brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company. We are live at Flowery Branch, 4 o'clock hour, guys. We'll talk some dogs. We're going to talk to Coach Arthur Smith. Also, Jake Matthews is going to stop by. A lot more to get to here. But when we come back, Yeah Man, No Man's next.
We're going to get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9.
You're up. It is Dukes and Bell. Mike, Braves kept it close, but they fall short.
Yeah, they did score a run. Unfortunately, it was Riley popping out to a second to end the game. So I just tweeted it, and you and I have been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. They can be schizophrenic with their starting pitching and
Yep.
the bullpen.
Yep.
But when they're on, they just have our number. It's not a good matchup. I know some guys worry about the Cubbies because
That's me.
strange things happen in Wrigley Field. But yeah, Dansby went yard last night, by the way, and they went. But to me, it's Philly, especially after last year the outlier was we ran out of pitching from Strider's injury and Fried's tummy, and that was just he was banged up. It was bad. But I don't want the Phillies, man. Let's hope that and we draw them in that second round, potentially.
They're a good club. I don't like their manager because he popped off on Acuna for life. But the deal is, for me, you know what you're up against with the Phillies.
Right, and they know you.
Cubs are a different deal. And you might look at them differently. And you might not view them the same. You respect the Phillies because they beat your butt last year and got you out of the playoffs. I think we'll be ready for them if it comes to that. But listen, we're better than all these teams. At the end of the day, we just got to go prove it. But Mike's right about the Phillies. That's a good club, and I don't want to disrespect the team and the talent they have. But, again, when you start saying who don't we want to see, it all comes through us, guys. It all comes through Atlanta.
Hey, before we get to Chris and Yeah Man, No Man, Very Genius, PhD, hits us up on Twitter. You can follow us. Put him up. C Dukes. I'm Mike Bell, ATL. He writes, we were having a lull at the perfect time, Mike. We don't want to go into the playoffs on a huge winning streak that is bound to be broken. It's September 20th.
you got 3 weeks.
This lull needs to be abated quickly, okay? Because it is a lull.
All right, you got 3 weeks. More on the Braves coming up. Grant McCauley's going to join us. Coach Art's going to stop by in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll also talk to Jake Matthews, our starting left tackle, as we turn the page and get ready for the Lions. Right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey. And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, what is going on a Wednesday? Hump Day?
Well, guys, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. The rumors were confirmed today on our sister station, WIP in Philadelphia. Eagles center, Jason Kelsey, pretty good source, went on the morning show on Sports Radio WIP and confirmed what we all were thinking.
Oh, Jason, let's get, by the way, how they doing? How those two doing? How those lump? No, that's all right.
Hey,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to answer because I don't really know a lot about what's happening in Travis's love life, and I try to keep his business kind of his business and stay out of that world. But having said that, man, I think he's doing great, and I think it's all 100% true, and I hope that this soon goes a mile down. I don't know what's happening. So.
Wow.
Good for.
So was he being cryptic? So it is going well. They are still dating. We're talking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Listen, I think he's lying. Okay. Him and his bro are tight.
Mm-hmm.
They do a podcast together. Mom was the biggest star of Super Bowl.
Right.
I mean, I think he's just holding back. He knows everything. You don't think Travis called him was like, listen, Taylor and I were out the other night. Look, I got to tell you this, bro. I got to tell you. You don't think he's made that phone call? Come on. He is holding back. He knows a lot more than expected, but he did confirm it. Turtle, you're right. They are. Is it dating? What's the term we're using here, by the way?
Knocking boots?
Well, what's the term we're using? What are they doing?
They're in a relationship?
You know,
a friendship?
What is it?
The term that's being thrown out there is that it's, quote, hanging out together.
Okay.
Because that's also what's being used to describe the Kardashian relationship that's going on right now.
What
Kim
Kardashian relationship? What Kardashian?
She's quote hanging out with Odell Beckham Jr.
Who?
Kim K.
Kim? Oh, and Odell Beckham. Okay, I didn't realize that. I know the other Kardashian, or is it Jenner? I get them confused. They're all vampires. It doesn't matter. One of them is dating, what's his face? The skinny kid from Dune. That guy.
I guess I didn't know about Kim.
Timothy Chalamet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Kim and Odell. I had no idea. So they're just hanging out?
And that's apparently what Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are doing too. That's
okay.
So that was like high school. We're just hanging out. High school.
No, I agree.
How you and Randy? We're just hanging out.
Just hanging out. Come through. You hanging out?
What are you doing tonight? Come on over. Wear
is
sweats.
She paying for everything, by the way? She's got more money. I'm just asking. Is that a thing?
So, you know what's funny? Travis Kelce has 2 million Instagram followers. She has 200 million Instagram followers.
It is amazing, though, how adults follow her and go bananas. It's like the Beatles and stuff. It's just crazy how it's almost like religious fervor. The way they track when she was in Jersey for that producer's wedding a few weeks back and people going bananas at Long Beach Island. I don't know. She's too skinny. Too skinny.
Yeah, I'm with you,
Have a
man.
sandwich.
Well, here's my question. Yeah, man, no, man, Mike's savage. Mike's going in.
I know, right?
No, she has no soul. I don't see anything behind those eyes, Carl. You know how I feel about Taylor Swift.
Travis Kelce is obviously a guy that would like to pursue some sort of career, whether it's in sports TV or acting or something. He's done SNL.
He can everything. Host a game show to do what you're right. Do anything he wants, right?
Yeah. Is this gonna be a bad look at the end of the day for a guy that's trying to win his 3rd Super Bowl ring?
I don't think so, man. I mean, we want to make this a big deal as long as it's not. If Travis Kelce starts looking like Kadarius Toney, okay, and he's dropping balls and he's losing games, then we'll start saying, "Hey, slow down on the dating thing." But listen, it's his private life. I don't think this is going to hurt him. The key to that thing is, Turtle is the quarterback, and as long as Patrick Mahomes is rolling, they're going to be fine. You saw it last week. They went into Jacksonville. He made all the plays they needed to make. I just, I'm not as worried as maybe some people are. But if it becomes the thing, like people are more worried about, or the team is more worried about him dating Taylor Swift than focusing on the game, then it might become a thing.
Okay, so Dion apparently is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers because he's apparently trying to assemble the Avengers for his coaching staff next season. And it starts with one of the craziest, but one of the best to ever do it to coach the D-line. Listen to Warren Sapp.
So what, 2024 Colorado Buffalo staff, is that your target date? Is that what that would be for you?
Yeah, I want to be there next year. I'm gonna get everything, the paperwork, and I'm gonna go to work. Because sitting on my couch watching tape, making SAP in the lab, I'm gonna go SAP in the class.
Sounds great.
I'm gonna go SAP online. I was SAP to go get this degree, and then we're gonna go out and teach these kids these 5 steps to the quarterback. Because I know something about this game. When you have a quarterback like Shador, and if my D-line will go hunt the other quarterback, our chances of winning just went through the roof.
Interesting.
You like the move?
Is Sapp coaching?
Apparently he wants to be the D-line coach for Colorado.
Hey, I mean, that's, they always talked about Dion was going to do something, and he did some of that at Jackson State, but that's interesting.
Yeah. Who was telling me this? Somebody was telling me with all these guys going to the games, a lot of former players showing up, that a lot of the guys were asking Prime to be on his staff. And listen, I don't know what that looks like. The thing I love about Dion is this is where everybody gets misconstrued. He went out and hired football guys.
Right.
People who had done it, people who had been head coaches, people who had worked at the NFL level. He didn't go hire his boys. And I think, Mike, that is one of the reasons why we can talk about success and not having success at that level. You don't go hire your boys. You go hire guys who did it. Now, he's got a lot of people around him who have been there around him at Jackson State, but I think that's a big part of this storyline. And by the way, they got Oregon this week. I was telling Fricky yesterday, 21-point dog on the road at Oregon this weekend.
Yeah, this is not the weekend not have Hunter out there. I mean, they like say what you want about his time at Auburn, but Bo Nix is a legitimate Heisman Trophy contender now out there in Oregon. Dan Lanning's going to have a plan. This is not the time to not have one of your best players on the field, obviously banged up with that injury from the dirty hit.
So one more quick one before we get out of here, and this is something that you guys were talking about in the NFL Blitz a little bit. There might be a little trouble in a paradise in Carolina. Frank Reich and the staff apparently are, quote, frustrated because some of their offense is being limited because Bryce Young is too small to do some short yardage package plays. And apparently the Red Rifle, Andy Dalton, was being substituted into the game.
Don't like it.
For that specific reason.
So why'd you draft him?
They're asking
Don't
if
like
he
it.
could play a Taysom Hill type role in the offense when Bryce Young can't get it done.
I don't like it. Mike, I don't like it.
I'm trying to think about Drew Brees when he was doing quarterback sneaks. He did some for the Saints. I remember seeing so a lot of Drew Brees beating the Falcons over the years.
Yeah.
So I know Drew Brees was capable of doing it. And nowadays, hell, man, you just get the running back to shove your tuchus and they just fly in there, man, right? You just get to push. That seems jive. Why'd you draft him? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. He's also not practicing today, for what it's it's worth. Bryce Young.
Yeah, no, I don't like it, guys, because I need a full investment. What you're telling me is your quarterback is limited. I don't want a quarterback that's limited in any way. If I'm running a quarterback sneak, you run it.
Right.
Let's go get the first down. If we're running some kind of option or read option or RPO, you run it. You're telling me he's limited. Then why did you invest in him? So if this is going on now, does this change 2 years from now, Mike, when he's established and all of a sudden he's throwing touchdowns and, oh, well, we got a 3rd and 1. Hey, Bryce, come to the sidelines. I don't like it.
Now, do you think this could be something that's remedied in the weight room, in the gym, or are they just going to have to live with this guy being who he is? I mean, he's got such a small frame. I don't know how much.
Who is he?
Lou
He's taller than Kyler Murray.
Yeah, but I mean, who is he? Arnold?
No, they're making Bryce Young sound like he's Tattoo from Fantasy Island.
Dude,
You know, I mean, come on.
He's not. I don't care how many weights he lifts. He's not going to turn into Mr. Olympia. Okay. It's just not happening. So
I mean, Jalen Hurts does bench press and do leg presses like a Volkswagen. You know, I mean, but still,
his body is
you
different.
drafted him to get gimmicky with him in the goal line seems ridiculous. That's silly.
Yeah, his body's different. And by the way, Howard, the coach, was talking about Taylor Swift. This show is universal. All right, we talk about worldly things.
We bring people together, baby.
That's what we do.
That's
what we do.
Now, I wouldn't personally take her to a rock fight, but I know I'm in the minority on that one.
Well, she's one of the biggest stars. I get it. I listen. It's not about whether she's our type.
Yeah.
She's rich, but it's not whether she's our type.
But the fanatic, I mean, like
she's a billionaire.
Pop stars have fans, but the fanatical nature of her fans is a little creepy, if I'm honest.
I hear you.
For grown-ups. Kids is one thing.
This kind of reminds me of the Oprah thing. Like back in the day, right? And everybody's like, "Oh, would you date Oprah?" And people were just lying. Like, "No, I wouldn't date Oprah. She's a billionaire. I'd date her right now."
What does Gail have to say about this?
Who cares? It's like people were just lying. Oh, I know. I couldn't date Oprah. She's a billionaire. Yeah. So, anyways, Chris, go ahead.
Well, it's not like Travis Kelce's a guy that's hurting to get any dates.
No, that's just true.
He's an NFL superstar, millionaire, great-looking guy, great personality.
It's true.
But he just wants a slice of that T-sizzle, baby. I don't blame him. Day-Day, hit my music.
Good stuff, man. Coming up, we are going to talk with our head coach, Arthur Smith. He is on the way. Also, we're going to get a chance to talk to our left tackle. Jake Matthews is going to stop by. We got a big matchup, man, Sunday. You can listen right here on Sports Radio 92.9, the game against the Lions.
Hey, man, and we mentioned it earlier, and we'll talk to Arthur about some. There's a lot of Lions banged up. On the defensive side, Jahmyr Gibbs probably going to have a really expanded role in their offense. But, yeah, they got a lot of stuff they're dealing with as far as trying to get our guys on the ground.
This hour brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company. We're coming back. We're live at Flowery Branches, Dukes and Bell. Hi, Day-Day.
It's 4 o'clock on the number one sports talk
show Day-Day.
for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rocking and rolling
Day-Day.
and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by
Mummy.
Finley Roofing.
Mummy.
Here we go, guys.
Day-Day, 30 through 33.
30 through 33. Got you. You're up.
It is Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We are live at Flowery Branch, guys. Up here having a good time, waiting on Coach Art to stop by. We're going to talk to Jake Matthews this hour as well.
Yeah.
Braves lose today, though, Mike, unfortunately, in a getaway day against the Phillies.
Yeah, the Fighting Phils. I know we've taken more games from them than they've taken from us. Braves are 8-5. A listener just reminded me on Twitter who's saying nothing to see here. Yeah, but it's just they beat you last year, and it happened. And whatever you think about the pitching, and we already talked about the particulars of what happened to our starting pitching. I just don't like it. I don't like the. I don't like style makes the fight. They hit as many home runs as the Braves do, right?
Yes, they do.
And their pitching at times can be just as good as the Braves. So that's no, I don't want that. Now I'll take the Diamondbacks. Thank you. I'll take the Cubs, but Diamondbacks if they beat the Phils, we'd get those guys. But yeah, it's not who I want to see, man. And when do you feel that you've overcome this little swoon? We got 3 weeks left in the season because October.
Yeah.
By the way, can you get? You shouldn't be like playing baseball. And you're like just a few days from Thanksgiving. I know it's not that bad, but the season does go on forever. But you do have the bye, which is nice. But then some people don't even like that because it feels like some people want you to kind of build to the momentum all the way through the playoffs. But that wasn't the case last year. You spent all that energy beating the Mets, and then Philly just got you.
You pooped out. You did. That's what happened. This hour brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. It's the Nationals next. I am big on momentum. And in baseball, it is about stretches. It is not about today or one game. A stretches or a stretch of time, whether it be 3 games, 6 games, how are you playing heading into the playoffs? It matters. And if you're telling me you're okay with the Braves going 0-6 heading into the playoffs, I'm not. Like, we could just lay down and go, well, okay. And I'm not saying that happened today. We gave it a shot. We broke this losing streak last night. Strider was great. Acuna was amazing on bobblehead night. But today, it was one of those days where you got to a point where you could win the game, to Mike's point. And then I said to Mike literally an hour ago, whoa, what happened after Iglesias? And you were like, I don't like it.
Yeah, because it could be Minter. I'm not sure what they were going to do. And just Minter just didn't have it today. So, yeah, that's the matchup I don't like. It was great to see everything working. It was like the Braves got back to the old Braves last night with Strider was dealing.
Yeah.
Ronald Acuna with 2 big home runs. But, yeah, that's just
Watch us on Twitch.
Stay out of a Philly Bay. I don't want them.
And on YouTube. All right, we got to clarify something because we like to be fair and balanced.
Yeah, most of the time.
We told you earlier in the show that quarterback Justin Fields was catching heat today in Chicago because at a presser earlier today before practice, he was asked about the explanation as to why he's been playing the way he's played. He said he's been robotic, and then he said, coaching, and he left it there. And I said, mistake, don't do this.
Yeah. You're especially in a town like Chicago where they're going to jump all over you because that's just, you sound a little bit spoiled brat to throw that out there.
So he has, after practice, Mike, come back and said, whoa. I didn't say coaching. I mean, you guys didn't play the entire quote. And I have retweeted it, put him up, see Dukes. This is damage control.
Right.
And you know, I love the kid. Listen, I think he's got still a lot of potential. I don't know what's going on up there, but the fact of the matter is to blame coaching, or at least it seemed that way, is a mistake. And so now he's backtracked, Mike, and he said, I'm never going to blame my teammates. I'm never going to blame coaches. It's on me. Oh, imagine that. That's what I said.
Well, you just said that from the first point. Just jump. That from the jump. That's where you should have been.
So we'll see where this goes. Okay. I don't know if this is a rallying cry, like, hey, they tried to, throw us all under the bus and they misquoted me and I'm for you guys. We'll see if they rally this week. But they're looking at 0-3 right in the face, Mike. And now their quarterback, who earlier today, again, said coaching, and now is backtracked and said, no, I'm not blaming anything except myself.
Yeah, because his dad got on the horn and he probably got the big media backlash in Chi-Town where, as I said, they jumped on a story like that with 2 feet. Look, you got to lead. Now, look, everybody and their uncle knows the Bears made a colossal mistake bringing Chase Claypool in because he's a bum and he has no heart. And if you want to say that, hey, Carl, when you ask the question, I think, 1 through 11, I don't know, all 20, we could be doing a better job. We all could be doing a better job.
Yeah.
You can say that. That's cool. They'll let you get away with that. You can't say, I'm being plain robotic. I don't know, maybe the coaching. You said it, and then you walk it back like, you're not. Nothing is out of context anymore. It's not like one reporter in the corner of the locker room asked you something. It's your word against his. Everybody saw you say it. It's out there.
It's out there. All right, guys, want to see what you guys think and what's on your mind. We're going to talk to Coach Art here in less than 15 minutes, but right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
So it's UAB this weekend.
Blazers.
Kirby Smart says Ra Thomas is a key to their offense. Ra seems to make explosive pass plays, Mike. Through 3 games, the Mississippi State transfer has just 5 receptions. That is a surprise to me because I thought he'd be a bigger part of this offense and certainly what they were trying to do downhill. Remember, Ra Thomas this offseason struggled. Mike and I talked a lot about this offseason and all the things that happened at Georgia, including the arrest in January.
Right.
Didn't have a smooth transition in the Georgia football program as fellow transfer Dominic Lovick. But what's going to happen? Because how this offense evolves is going to be a big part of what we think about them not only 4 or 5 or 6 weeks from now, but if you really think they're going to be able to win the national championship. See, the difference the last 2 years, guys, is those explosive plays were happening in week 1 and 2, and you were already feeling the way that we felt by week 6 or 7 because they had shown it. Mike, 1/2. I'm not sure if 1/2 of what I saw with Carson Beck last week is going to be enough. I just don't know.
Yeah, man, they do not look like the total package right now. You and I've said it. If you go back to the defense previous years, offensive line is supposed to be like all SEC, and it's supposed to be the best unit in the league. Now, I know they've had some injuries. You're dealing with things like Javon Bullard. You've had some guys in the O-line go down. It just, right now, the best team in football is not in the SEC. Now, Georgia may be the best team in football, but right now, Carl, in September, they don't look like it.
No.
And you could argue that Washington looks more complete or Ohio State looks more complete. Heck, even Notre Dame might look more complete, but they're all going to be tested, But Georgia, the Bulldogs, that was an ugly game. That was a grinder. South Carolina came and really punched in the mouth, and then they battled back and they got physical. Kirby, by the way, the audio of the halftime speech came out, and it wasn't exactly what some of the fans were expecting. It wasn't P&V.
No.
It was more like, see, that's, it's funny. You and I have had this conversation before. I knew, and I think you knew too, I was really in trouble when my dad brought it down a level. And it was like, let's talk about what happened at school today. I'm like, oh, that's, I was used to my old man coming in like flying off the handle, but when he dropped it down and he was like super serious in a low voice, like, oh man, this is really, really bad. But he basically took it down because you can't keep screaming at people, they'll tune you out. But he basically said, this is what we trained for. It's what we worked for. We're going to get about 6 possessions on offense because we're going to score on 4 of them. They may score 1 more, but that's it. So basically told them, get their tuchuses in gear. It wasn't like what you heard in previous Kirby speeches, but there's a lot of profanity. He just kind of took it down a notch. Mission accomplished.
I said Kirby's been here. He understands it. He knows where his team is at. And guys, coaches know this too. They know what they've seen and what they've had and how good their teams have been, and they know what they've got and where they're at and how good they need to get. Kirby's been here. So that wasn't a surprise because he knows they're better than South Carolina. They just weren't playing good, and there was no reason to go in there and fuss. This wasn't a situation where you had 15 penalties and 3 interceptions. You just weren't playing well. So they corrected it. What about UAB? Let me hear Kirby on this week's opponent.
Well, they got some good football players. They got really good athletes. I don't think the record, indicates that, but they play and you watch them and I'm like, man, defensively they do some 4 down and some 3 down. They got really good backs, got good skill players, athletic quarterback who extends plays. They play really hard. They had a weird situation the other night with ULL with
5 seconds
for things in there, but they got a very talented football team, especially in their conference.
Yes, they do. And you don't take it for granted that you play down to anybody. You're not playing down to UAB. You don't play down to the competition. You go out and we talk about the standard. Go play to your standard.
Right. And I know that Trent Dilfer's stoked. Trent Dilfer's talked about this, the great atmosphere about, playing in the SEC and playing against Georgia, playing at Sanford Stadium. So Trent's pretty stoked about this. That's kind of a cool story that he's, that he is coaching this squad. I've always had a soft spot for UAB after everyone in Georgia and Alabama, I guess the regions tried to kill that program.
Yeah.
And eventually they brought it back. Hey, some other big storylines from this weekend. Florida State plays Clemson at noon. A lot of people are saying, why is this game at noon? Some people, I've read some columns that say ESPN, ABC want to go toe-to-toe with the big Fox games at noon that have been killing them in the ratings. You buy that?
I think the big Fox game is fun.
Right. But a noon start for two of the biggest names in the ACC doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense for a lot of football fans.
No, it doesn't. I mean, now you're making me choose, which is what they want you to do, right? I mean, unless you got, 5 TVs like some people. But I will say this. That Big Fox show has been fun to watch. I'm not taking anything away from ESPN. I know they've retooled it and done all this stuff. I've enjoyed that pregame show for as much as I watched because Colorado's been on the last few weeks.
Right.
I've been watching the pregame show. But I've enjoyed it. But, yeah, I'm with you. I think one of those games should be in the evening.
No doubt. I know that I think you guys talked about yesterday, the greatest late-night ratings of all. They're just breaking all the records. More people watch. I know I stayed up. 3 million people were up at 2 a.m. like me to watch the end of that Colorado State game with Colorado. All right, real quick on Florida State. They were up by 21 points, Carl, with about 20 minutes left in the game up in Chestnut Hill, and they just started doing stupid stuff. Undisciplined play, bad secondary play, turnovers. So if you're a Florida State fan, you've seen this before, even if it was Bobby Bowden, if it was Jimbo Fisher. So hopefully they'll correct that. You can say, well, they got that out of their system against BC. I think a noon game helps the Seminoles because at night, when they get on the bus to go around the corner to come down and touch Howard's Rock, it's a totally different energy than a noon start.
I agree.
Noon games suck. We all know this. Cade Klubnik, you think this guy's going to step his game up? Obviously, the Duke game was pretty terrible. He's got 7 touchdowns, 1 pick against lesser competition since they lost the opener. And then the other story, and this is a game which I'm just curious, which team is going to show up. I think I know what I get from Ole Miss, but they're going back to Jalen Milroe at Alabama.
Yeah, mistake there,
and
too.
I just, do you think that you'll see Saban get 2 losses before even October 1st?
I do. I really do. I think Pete Golden, by the way, is the DC now for Ole Miss. And I think he, knows the secret sauce. He knows their advantages and disadvantages. The whole going back to the guy that you didn't trust to begin with screams they trust nobody.
And the code words that Saban used, so when they benched him last week and Buckner was hot garbage. I mean, I know he's a college athlete. He just didn't look like he belonged in Division I.
Yeah.
But you said he didn't handle leadership. So what? So he was good. He was a good boy on the sideline. Now he gets to play again.
Yeah, I don't.
So he pouted last week and now he didn't.
I don't get it.
Seems to me like it's just very. The whole thing's very un-Saban-like.
No doubt, guys. Hey, Dogs and UAB, more on that coming up over the next few days. We'll break down that matchup. Coach Art is on the way. This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate, and we're going to talk to Jake Matthews. Stay right there.
92.9 The Game. Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
You're up.
It is Dukes and Bell. We are waiting for Coach Art to stop by. We'll talk with him, chop it up about all the things we're curious about last week, but also turn the page, guys, as we got to talk about the Lions. They are next up, and it's going to be a challenge. Mike and I started the show by talking about how good that offense is. They score a lot of points, and, you know, we got to find a way to slow down Aiden Hutchinson. We'll talk to Jake Matthews about that. Aiden's having a really good start to the season again.
Right.
I think he showed everybody, man, last year, Mike, he was a player. And then, you know, you come back and it's always like, okay, can you be consistent and can you do it again? He's doing it again. He's showing out earlier part of the season.
Yeah, they got some injuries. We'll talk about it. Defense, they're missing a bunch of pieces. They put 2 players on IR, 1 DB, 1 defensive lineman. Montgomery, we already talked about. You mentioned being banged up. I just don't want this to be, Jahmyr Gibbs, going off, and they'll be talking about him like the battle of these 2 dynamic backs, our guy versus their guy. But our guy getting a lot of love. There was some stuff today I mentioned to Carl. Woke up this morning, saw Good Morning Football. They were doing a whole montage of like Bijan and him making moves and everyone going bananas. And yeah, it's cool. You're getting the love. And yeah, this guy, as we continue to again, I don't care if people respect us, it'll come. But he's getting the recognition, and Bijan's becoming a brand quickly in this league.
He is, man. 7, y'all. That's what I'm telling y'all.
About to do a photo shoot right down the hall from us.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he? What up, B? Hey, we got to tell you guys that the day has been kind of crazy, not necessarily around the league, but in one particular place. In Chicago, there's more news coming out. So we told you guys, you've been listening to us since 2 o'clock, and we hope you have. Big show, 5 hours, Dukes and Bell.
Right.
We told you that Justin Fields kind of stepped in it earlier today before practice. He said, hey, they asked him about why he's been playing the way he's played and what can he correct. And he basically left it out there and said coaching might be a reason why he's not played the way he should. And then after practice, he corrected it. So that's been ongoing because you now have the quarterback saying, hey, I didn't say that. And you guys misquoted me. And then, Mike, we find out former Bears defensive coordinator Alan Williams has resigned.
Yeah, I'm reading the Chicago Sun-Times article. Initially, they said the police had been called to Hallis Hall. Then that report was erroneous. They walked it back. But they haven't been to Alan Williams' home. He said he's stepping down, as you mentioned, to take care of my health and family. According to the Chicago Sun-Times, he's been away from the Bears for at least a week. So the team called his absence personal.
Okay.
Matt Eberflus has declined to give any insight. So something's up. And if the police are involved, whether it's a wellness check or there's some concern about something going on in the house, you got the quarterback spot popping off, then backing it up. Then you got the DC apparently leaving. Strange times. You and I were just talking off the air. For all the things the Bears have been, the last 30 years have not been good. One trip to the Super Bowl and a lot of just crap. And just, some people say that the Hallis family's out of touch. I don't know. There's just a lot of stuff on their plate right now at Hallis Hall.
Hold on. I'm about to jump on the Bears on Sunday. Because this is what happens.
Yeah,
There's
turmoil,
chaos,
all
there's
hell's breaking
chaos,
loose, and they rally.
And they
rally
will
around.
go to Kansas City and beat the Chiefs. Watch.
Or I'll just Riverside you and take Kansas City to beat their brains in.
Well, the Chiefs are already a 12.5 point
Oh,
favorite.
it can't be much bigger than
That's
that.
that's a two touchdown favorite.
Yeah. And the Chiefs don't cover the spread.
Well,
they do not. Take it from me. I've lost a lot of money on the Chiefs the last 3 years. They don't cover the spread.
I don't know what's going on with the Alan Williams situation. We'll leave that alone. If it's personal, guys, we listen, we have no idea of what's happening.
Right.
But Matt Eberflus, he better get it together. Matt Eberflus better get it together.
But do you agree with me when you bring in a guy as a first-round pick because Fields, if they felt he fell to them, when you bring in a guy like Fields, and I know that usually you have an offensive coach, you go to a defensive coach, and they had Matt Nagy, and that didn't work, and now he's back with Andy Reid in Kansas City. But don't you feel if you're going to bring in a big-time weapon, he's going to be the focal point of your team, you need to get the best offensive mind coach that's available to bring him in. Because they brought in a guy that's got limited experience calling plays, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, listen, the hire was questioned, okay, when it happened because the investment in Justin. So if you had thought that Ryan Poles, who took over that team as a general manager and said, hey, we're keeping Justin, and he said that when he got the job, we're going to build and build this the right way. We got to, improve our offensive line. Everything that we needed, guys, they needed.
Right.
So the deal is when they made that hire about the coach, you wondered, okay, if you're going to invest in your quarterback like this, why would you not go get an offensive mind? This is why around the league, whether we like it or not, Mike, these offensive guys and these quarterback coaches, they're the guys getting the opportunities.
And that's why when they had the Black Coaches Symposium here in Atlanta a couple years back, saying you got to be on the offensive side if you want to move.
Well, and so we've seen that. And unfortunately, a guy like, Eric Bieniemy has to take a lateral move from Kansas City.
Tell you what, Howell looks pretty good under his tutelage.
He does, man. I mean, we got the Commanders coming up. We'll worry about the Lions first, but I got to tell you something. I've been impressed.
I mean, look, what they did in Denver, coming back and then dropping the hammer on him, you can't not be impressed. Yeah, Luke Getty, you brought him up earlier as the
offensive coordinator,
as the OC. He was offensive coordinator, wide receivers coach at Miss State, quarterbacks coach at Green Bay, pass game coordinator for Green Bay. Well, you think that Matt LaFleur is drawing up everything anyway, right?
Well,
And so then he becomes the OC, and you're saying, how is this guy qualified to run an offense with a quarterback you made
There
the
it
effort
is.
to draft him? It doesn't. That's why I said it made no sense in the first place.
Yeah, there it is. So we'll see how this shakes out. But that is something that's going on around the league. And today it's kind of been all in one place. But maybe they've had an internal plan knowing about Allen Williams stepping down. Maybe they've had a plan there, but we'll see what happens with the Bears. As far as the Falcons are concerned, guys, this is going to be an interesting weekend because last year, remember, they came down here. We beat them. Okay. We go up there this weekend. First time we've been on the road in a while. We're going to see how our team adjusts to going on the road, and we'll talk to Coach Art about this. You know, as far as planning and scheduling, you got to keep guys on a tight schedule. And more importantly, Mike, you know, we need to see Ritter on the road. We haven't seen that since last season, and it's different. He's QB number 1 now. Last year was just survive, right? Survive. Right. This is different.
For guys who missed it, we started the show and we were talking about the expectations for Ritter. We're going to talk to Coach here in a minute about it, but I don't need him to be Patrick Mahomes. Yes, we don't love him to be Patrick Mahomes, right? We don't love him to be, you know, a healthy Joe Burrow. I'm happy if Desmond Ritter with all the weapons around him is Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Just do the job, man. 2 touchdowns, 250. That's all I need. That's why when you want to quantify that, you know, I'm beyond, as a Falcon fan, long suffering, I'm beyond style points. And hopefully it will all come together. We'll talk to Art about that in a few minutes.
All right, 404-726-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always hit us up. If you're just joining us, Braves lose today in the finale with the Phillies.
Got down 4-0, by the way. Aaron Nola was dealing, didn't give up a hit until the 4th inning. Unfortunately, on the flip side, Bryce Elder kind of looked as bad as he was before and after the All-Star break.
Who are you worried about more, Elder? I mean, who's the pitcher on this staff that you're worried the most about?
Elder. Because I don't think we're going to see Wright. I don't think Wright's going to be.
Either.
I don't think Wright's going to be in the divisional series and maybe in the expanded because you go to Game 7.
I don't either.
You know, in the next level at the NLCS if you get there. But yeah, I don't know. I just Elder's got to tighten it up because when he's around the zone, he's eminently hittable. You know, I think Fried's okay. Certainly,
I do.
Strider, I think that was a big confidence builder, stopping the bleeding after a 4-game losing streak.
This dude just strikes out people. He had 11 again last night.
And I know Charlie was hot garbage his last start, but Morton was trending well for much of the summer, wasn't he?
Yeah. I just think, again, if you're talking about frontline starters, I know Chris Turtle, we argue about this all the time. Strider's my game 1 starter, okay? Just because if you want to set the tone and listen, you need a power pitcher, you need strikeout, get through a lineup a couple of times. I'm starting him game 1. Part of this has to do with I'm saving Fried to see what happens in game 1 and 2.
Right.
So that's where I'm at. With Fried, I'd love, you know, most people say, oh, you got to start Fried. I'm starting Strider, and I'm holding Fried.
Let me walk back those comments about Charlie Morton. His ERA is 7.36 for September.
Okay.
That's a little concerning. As we said, he had that 4-game win streak. Things looked like he kind of righted the ship in August. So unless you feel he's just streaky, because he had a 5-game win streak the games he started, then he had a 4-game losing streak, then a 4-game win streak. So let's hope that by the time we get to the playoffs, we're under one of those win streaks. He's given up 12 earned runs in his 3 starts this month as Charlie Morton.
All right, guys. Coach Art's on the way. Stay there. We'll talk to Jake Matthews as well. Practice getting ready, or it has just ended, should I say. And we'll get a chance to chop it up with our guys here up at Live at Flowery Branch.
And with the injuries, Carl, just real quick, updated. Decker didn't practice. Montgomery didn't practice. They're saying he's going to probably most likely be out of this game. Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't practice. And a bunch of guys on defense were limited. So the Lions are dealing with a lot of injuries getting ready for week 3.
All right. More to get to. Live at Flowery Branch. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Heating and cooling system aging? Let Reliable protect your AC from.
Sorry, guys.
For just $14.99 a month, or get a new AC for
How
only
cool is this? Have you seen
$69.99
this?
a month.
That went
Plus
viral.
2
Cool
free
shot.
system upgrades, a UV light, and upgraded air filter. No
See that,
deductibles,
Dave?
no claims or
That's great.
paperwork, no
What's up, man?
service
You good?
fees.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. We're live at Flowery Branch. Let's talk to Coach Art. All right, Art, can I get a handshake? Because the balls on that call on fourth down.
Nuggets, baby.
I'm like,
Huevos.
Arthur Smith. My goodness. Coach, let's talk about it because you talk about setting the tone. You've been telling us this all off season. We get into that kind of game where we need it. And I heard Bijan after the game say, look, when I got the call, I was like, oh, they calling my number? Let's go. Jake Matthews, we're going to get the first down. The confidence in that huddle and then to go get it done and to finish the game, Coach, was huge.
Yeah, and every one of those situations are different. And, you know, you know what the numbers are. You know, we can get the, like I said, everybody's got the same analytics chart now. And so it's kind of like what happened in baseball, but it's always going to come down to decision making and obviously what you want to go with and what the matchups and what's going on the other side. So there's a lot that goes into it. But the way that we were playing, I had a lot of faith. Not, you know, if we kicked it there, fine. I'm confident, you know, right? We would have gotten it, but it would have given them a chance with timeouts and a 2-minute warning, probably. Way the kickoff would have gone, you know, where they had a lot of time to get in the field goal range. Not to say that our defense wouldn't have stopped them, but again, the psychology of it, one, you get it. It's deflating for them. Yeah. Now they got to use their timeouts as long as we don't do anything reckless.
Right.
And really, thought, like I said, we came another yard away from getting the other first down. We were actually in a situation that we work where if they had tried to let us score, you know, we take it down. If we got in that second first down, that second before we kicked on 4th and 1, right? You get down in there and we could have milked the clock down. I would have banged the timeout with 3 seconds, kicked it and gone home.
Okay.
But, you know, we got the first one. They used their timeouts. They had a minute, some change, right? Coup pops it through, and they had no timeouts. It's a little bit different. A little bit of urgency coming through, and they went 4 and out.
The situational football there, how much do you work on that? Because
all the time.
All the time. Because in those moments, like, I think fans believe, like, what's coach going to do? Have we been in this situation? You create those situations in practice all the time. So you've gone through it, and you know where you want to go.
Right, and every one of them is different. That's why I said there's never a perfect, you know, it's, you know, so people try to act like they had the perfect thing, but, you know, you're playing percentages, and there's a heavy percentages in certain situations, but it's a continuing education. So if you have the mindset that, hey, you don't have the arrogance that you're ever going to know it all, you study everything. And you try to game it through so you prepare. So in those moments, like what is your call? Got to have it
right
4th and 1 when you get in those situations. That was our call. And we felt good about it because you actually used it early in the game. It's a quick count unbalanced, and we get it in the same formation as actually what we used on the flea flicker on the 3rd and 3 that Matt caught. And so the funny part about it is, and then again, like I got a big family and a lot of friends, so I see some of these things and I laugh. I laugh so hard sometimes to see it because like it makes me laugh, and I didn't know when that thing came through. And then I saw it when I'm studying our TV copy to, you know, hear what our cadence and all that other stuff. So I'm like, all right, the other part about that 4th and 1 that was crazy, right? I used the challenge, kind of the timeout, see the spot, we'll get the call. And I tell Des, hey, and he did a great job. Say, hey, don't break this huddle because they're going to wind the 25-second clock. Give it a couple seconds, then get up there so they don't see the unbalance and go on the quick.
Right.
He did that. Well, the ump stepped back in the way. That's why I was like, what in the?
Yeah, you're jamming us up here.
Yeah, that's why I flipped out because Savage actually saw it. So that's why he actually triggered pretty quick.
Gotcha.
So if you really look at the TV copy, what felt like 10 seconds to me was probably a second and a half.
Sure.
But he had the view from the safety. He actually comes to trigger to take it away. And Jonnu actually, that last effort pushed, and Bijan was able to go underneath it. But that effort by New, but that's why I was so upset because the ump stepped back in there. So that was a lot going on. But either way, like going back to it with the decision to do it, like I felt confident in our guys the way we were rolling off the ball. And like I said, I got a lot of confidence in Bijan already.
It's cool to be in memes, man. I like it. It is our man,
Not
Arthur
the first
Smith
time,
is
won't be the last time.
with us here live at Falcons headquarters. We always talk about our two coaches before you. We love Mike Smith. Unscouted looks. He used to talk about that all the time. Never saw the Jono Smith as a lead blocker for Desmond play, at least when I was in practice. No. That was beautiful. That got you in the goal line. Now, we'll talk about what happened at the goal line, but that play was a thing of beauty. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the 7 on the 6 on that one.
Yeah, so we went down there, right, and the safety makes the play on the zone read. Nuke does a good job, kicks the corner out, and so then we get down there and we win the heavy personnel, and again, Kyle, runs a pretty good route, gets grabbed, right? So if he doesn't get grabbed, it's probably a touchdown. Great. Well, the next play, again, you're playing the percentages. You're trying to go off of tendencies you've done before. Sometimes you can overthink it. Went with a pop pass, credit to Green Bay. And then the second down, I believe we ran it. We didn't execute it. Where we hit that thing, credit to Green Bay, we got to execute. That's not where we're trying to hit it.
Okay.
So then you get to the third down. I thought we were in 4-down territory. We were. And then the third down, like I said, they dropped out. They didn't bring it. We got pushed out of the pocket. Otherwise, we could have dinked it right over to Kyle. Again, that's football. So it's not going to look like good when you don't execute. The other defense has to say. So those aren't excuses. That's just telling you what goes on. And fourth down, the same play that Dez scored on, that zone read late in the game.
Right.
We thought we had him, and again, we used it, held it. It's kind of serendipitous because we would have used it right there, and I felt confident. You never know, but 4th and 1, that was what we were going with. And we'll never know because, again, we got the false start. Right. So then you get the 4th and 6, let's kick it.
Right.
And then you save the play, and I go and look at the surface. Okay, you're looking at the personnel, you're looking at the scheme, and I knew I wanted to come back to that call. And then obviously, hell yeah, you want to score 7, just like we did the week before, right? We're 3 for 3. We go 2 for 5, and one of those was that managing the end of the game when Cook kicked it. So you're 50%, not what you want, but it's the NFL. But when you come back to it, and that's what we did. We looked at it. I liked the matchup. They played it how we thought. Dez pulled it, and he scored. One on that 4th and 4,
right,
where he got hit late by Douglas and went in the end zone.
Yeah.
So there's so much that goes on from play to play, and sometimes, yeah, sure, you can overthink it, but the intent was to try to play off tendencies. Yeah, we're trying to be aggressive. Yeah, we got to score, but that's what the thought. There is thought behind it. Never going to be perfect. Yeah, we got to do a better job.
We're going to talk about the lines with Coach Art. He's here with us live at Flowery Branch at Stooks and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I don't want to build this up. We're 2 weeks in, but I learned something about our quarterback this week.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically in the second half, I thought his decision-making, his moxie, the way he went about his business, we've kind of wondered. I'm saying we as the fans, we saw the 4 games last year and we start this season and we go, okay, I got to see him in some of these moments. I thought we had some of those, Art, on Sunday with Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, I mean, look at his numbers, and then I get it. You can slice up the numbers however you want, but you really look at the percentages in that into half and really the fourth quarter. Going back to Cincinnati, but really go back and look at that since he started in the NFL. That's what I saw down in New Orleans. As ugly as that game started, when it got late, moment's not too big. There is a human element, and you can feel it when you're out on the field. You can look at the opposing team, and you can tell who wants that ball and who doesn't. Desmond wants that ball. I mean, that's why the guys love him. Like he's what we're about. I mean, I like the quarterback's got some stuff to him. Right. That's what he's a fighter, but he's not reckless, right? And he's going to learn from things like the first pick. We got bull rush. Kyle's coming open. Ball sails on him. Bull rush gets him. The next one, they got him on coverage. Now he's seen it. Saw some on the front side. Thankfully, he dropped it. Tough lesson learned.
Right.
Trying to be aggressive going to Drake. Again, lesson learned, right? Jair jumped it. Thankfully, he dropped it. And then the one, again, he hits Drake on the 3rd and 15, the dagger. It's a different look. Now he's trying to, again, a completely different look underneath. And you got to know the situation. Everyone's different. So there are some new journeys. But what I like about Dez, he usually doesn't make the same mistake twice.
Right.
And there's thankfully, then you get down at the end of the game. I mean, he wants that ball. The situation's not too big.
Well, that's why we were going to ask you, and you just answered the question about what happened on those 2 near picks. But that's a teaching moment for Desmond Ridder. On the flip side, how about the laser he pumps into Drake London at the goal line? That was a beautiful pass.
Yeah, I mean, the arming on that, right? He checks to protect. They bring 0.
Yeah.
So you got a built-in mechanism. He checks it. Talk about understanding, and then to be able to get that. But that shows his athletic ability, how twitchy he really is, and like to be able to. What I've always liked about Dez is you watch some of these guys that are play extenders, they throw everything like Rick Vaughn, 99-mile-an-hour fastball, 100 run, right, whatever it was. And what he does, he can change the speed and the trajectory, and that's a naturalness to him.
Just one follow-up on Ritter, and then, as we said, I was trying to explain to guys in my section, the throw to Jonnu, that's another laser that he puts in.
Where he puts
Yeah,
it, because
right.
Savage is in front of him, right. To hit that seam kind of route in the middle field close, he knew where to put it. That's being a passer.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, we had a look. He saw the look. They played soft on Bijan and Kyle, so he's working back in his progression where he's got a high-low with Jonnu and Drake, and he fired that thing in there, put it where he needed to, where the safety couldn't get it. And New's a guy that likes to play inside the numbers, and it was a big play by him.
Coach dropping knowledge, guys. I hope you're paying attention as we talk about our team. Let's talk about the Lions, Coach. Last year, I remember, tough fight. I mean, they came down here. We end up, getting the dub, but this is a different team. We're a different team, and it's our first chance to go on the road. I mean, what's your message as we hit the road for the first time?
Yeah, it's going to be a great road environment. It'll be like when we went out to Seattle last year, and you talk about it, you try to simulate some things, but until we get in there, I mean, they'll be ready to go. They're coming off a tough loss to Seahawks in overtime. We know what they're about. It's going to be a heavyweight fight, and so I told the guys, get ready. It's going to be loud like it was in Seattle. You try to work through it, and we're going to get their best shot. I promise you, they'll be ready to roll, and we'll be ready to roll. And so we got to have a good week. But this is a big game for us.
I know it's early in the week. We saw some of the bigger names on their defense. Montgomery looks like he's going to be out. We'll find out. It's early in the week, as I said. Are we going to see Jeff Okudah make a homecoming?
He's getting close. We'll see how tomorrow and Friday goes, but he's certainly trending in the right direction.
Do you look at those receivers and say, I really do like to have him out there? They got some weapons.
Yeah, I mean, there's always something every week. The matchup. I mean, St. Brown's a good player for him. How they use him. Josh Reynolds been playing good for him. My man Khalif, little mullet man, he cut his mullet off.
He did.
But I love Khalif. But he does a good job for him in the return game. He's a big play guy for him. They got other gadgets for him, and so they got a good squad. They're heavy-handed O-line. They're going to see some gap schemes. They'll try to run and some of the zone stuff. So we'll be ready to roll.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard Dan Campbell talking about, he said this was a tough loss for them, but he said the Falcons have better weapons. This is his words. Falcons have better weapons than the guys we just played. He was talking about Seattle and giving you guys respect and knowing what he's about to get into. That was Dan Campbell after the game on Sunday. Coach, what was your conversation with Ryan Nielsen? We stopped these guys last week. 3 and out. Finish the game.
Right.
3 huge series, and the defense stepped up.
He didn't complete a ball either. Right?
Correct.
Yep.
I mean, you talk about Love, who looked like, world beater here in the first half, and then we basically shut him down. What was the conversation with you and your DC?
Well, it's really the whole staff. And then really when you're talking about a team and the things that we try to do in all 3 phases, we don't have independent contractors. Mm-hmm. So part of the strategy too, when you hold the ball for 36 minutes, you can wear somebody down. You're going to play pretty good defense. They got 2 chunk plays off those DPIs off the flea flicker. And then the one we brought pressure, and then they got down there, right? And we had the defensive holding, and then they broke a tackle. We got to do a better job. Catch and run touchdown. So there's a couple things there. We'll clean up, but our guys want that moment. That's the thing, is you know about finishing 4th quarter. Also the field position, when you got to go out there, and Pinion's done a good job in those situations. Yep. Coup, to cover, we have to if we don't. But that's a team thing, and we got a lot of problem solvers. So there were some things we showed in that last drive that we hadn't showed the young quarterback before. And that's what the good coaching is. And we have good communication on the back end with Jerry and Jack and Frank and Ryan. And, there's a lot of problem solvers, and that's what a good staff's supposed to do.
I know every game's got an ebb and flow, but 17 points in the second half against the Panthers, 16 points in the second half this week. So are we now a second half team?
You'd like to be every
I know
quarter,
you'd like to be a full football
it's
team.
NFL, but you want to, if you want to be a team that can close games out. You want to have tough-minded guys that want to embrace the opportunity when the pressure situations come on. But the thing is, just because we've done it twice, we got to continue to improve, right? It's just because you did it last week doesn't mean we'll do it this week if we don't put in the work and try to get better.
Art, let's go get a dub up in Detroit. Appreciate you always stopping by. Let's get back to work. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
Awesome. Arthur Smith, guys, head coach of our Atlanta Falcons, hanging out with us. We're going to talk to Jake Matthews as well, and we'll get his opinions on what is in front of our team. Great stuff from Coach Art. We're coming back 5 o'clock hour straight ahead. We're live at Flowery Branch.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa, guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying,
Hey, man.
We are live at Flowery Branch. We just talked to Coach Art. We're going to talk to Jake Matthews. He came in here, and we talked to him for a few minutes. He's going to be back here at about 5:20, 5:25 or so. So stick around. We'll get a chance to talk to our left tackle, Mike, and we'll get his thoughts on the Lions.
Right. Thanks to Real J-Dub77, who hit us up on Twitter to start the hour. He goes, man, I love hearing Coach Art take us behind the curtain and thoroughly explain what he's thinking during his play calls. It's like a free film session with the head coach. No BS. Love it. And I said, yeah, like I can't speak for the rest of the shows around the country. I know you and I have heard a lot of the other shows that have access. I just think Art just keeps it real, and we just get the no BS assessment of what went down.
Yeah, listen, I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to a lot of coaches.
Testify.
What you feel and sense from Mike and I when in these interviews with him is exactly what you get. You can see it on camera if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. If you're not, I'm just telling you. And, you know, there have been many times where you talk to a coach and you go, did he even say anything? I never feel that way with Art. And, guys, what Jonathan's talking about is the intricate football, the situational football that most of us take for granted.
Here's what we thought we were going to get.
Yes.
Here's how the execution failed. Here's why the play didn't work.
Correct.
All that stuff.
That is the stuff that most of us are like, okay, we're watching the game, we're winning, we're losing. He's telling you exactly 3 series before and 3 series after how I was thinking about the game. And I think that is why you feel the way you do. So, Jonathan, appreciate that. And we hope you guys can check out the interview, enjoy it as well. We'll replay that for you a little bit later on in the 6 o'clock hour for those who missed it. With that said, we've got the Lions coming up. Mike, let's talk about some of these injuries because, you know, listen, I don't think Coach is going to say it's glad that anybody's out for the opposing team. But we can say it because it is good to know that right now they're dealing, and we're talking about the Lions guys, with a variety of injuries. Now, we have our own. We don't know about Jeff Okudah. Coach answered that question. We don't know about CP. But we know that we're 2-0, and we've been able to withstand, the injuries that the guys have had and not been able to help us. So, for the Lions, what are we looking at?
Well, 2 things that happened yesterday. Both C.J. Gardner, defensive back, James Houston, edge rusher, lineman, placed on IR. So that's the short-term IR. It's at least 4 games. So those dudes are out to face the Falcons. Then you've got some other guys who are really banged up, including some of their big playmakers. And I know that we talked about, you know, Amon-Ra St. John, all the things he can do. That guy is banged up. Now, again, the only thing is it's Wednesday. So missing a Wednesday practice doesn't mean you're going to miss Sunday.
Right.
But because we've had guys in the same situation here. But the Lions are missing a bunch of their skill position dudes, and it's going to be very interesting to see just how they respond. They've got a couple of players that are not going to play. It doesn't sound like Singletary is going to play at all. He's got a quad injury. He told Detroit Press that he thought it was going to be 2 to 3 weeks. Team is saying it's going to sort of, day to day, but he was held out of practice. So the bad news for that is if Montgomery doesn't go, we may get a steady diet of Jahmyr Gibbs. And if you remember the Monday night or the Thursday night kickoff against the Chiefs, it was Montgomery who had more numbers. Gibbs had some notable runs, but Montgomery was stirring the drink.
Jared Goff is better than you think. Do not go into this game on Sunday, first things first, Mike, and think that, well, Jared Goff's not going to do anything. He's got one of the best arms in the league. And we forget, he did go to the Super Bowl with the Rams. Now, they didn't do anything because they played the Patriots, and basically Belichick outcoached Sean McVay in that game, and we know how it played out.
Right.
But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Jared Goff is not a reliable, good quarterback. Everybody questioned whether he was a franchise guy. And when you trade a guy like that, Mike, I think you used the phrase earlier, you think he's garbage because you trade him for a guy, Matthew Stafford, and he's the lesser of the two. But listen, Stafford wins a championship. I still respect what Jared Goff brings to the table, though.
The perception was when you get traded, like you mentioned, for Stafford, you become damaged goods. And then the Super Bowl, he didn't really sort of distinguish himself in that Super Bowl. But guys, 29 touchdowns and 7, that's just as good as Kirk Cousins. That's tremendous numbers right there. 4,400 yards. I mean, averaged over 7 yards a throw. So he's got weapons. QBR rating strong. So yeah, the perception is he's kind of secondhand news, but no, this dude can still bring it. Again, if we're going to not get that pass rush going, now we've got dial up some blitzes. I'd love to see it from the 4-down, the 3-down lineman / outside linebacker, then having to go to the blitz, unless Caden Ellis going to get there quickly like he did last week.
Well, they have something we don't. They have a true pass rusher in Aiden Hutchinson. Okay. And
He's a beast.
He is. And I say that because, Mike, he's a guy that is was a high draft pick. He's living up to the expectations. And more importantly, when you start talking about, who can you count on to get to the pass rusher or to the passer, right. He's a guy. He's a guy. Right now, we are struggling with that aspect. Even though we're 2-0, that is the one area that you could arguably say we haven't done enough in the first 2 weeks to feel comfortable about, are we getting enough pressure? So, and remember, I said this, Goff is a guy, if he has time, he will chop you up.
And that goes back to any good quarterback.
Yep.
Now, the thing that we talked about earlier is when the pressure was on, Jordan Love folded. Our quarterback got better as the game went down. Jordan Love went the other way. And it's funny, when I watched the replay on Monday morning on the DVR, they're up 12 points. Love's kicking back. I know we're on Twitch and on YouTube. He's kicking back on the bench like he just won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
And then he just looked completely worthless and made terrible decisions, including the quarterback sneak without the football, which is an important part of the process, where Ritter got better and better as the game went on.
404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We invite you guys to follow us as well on social media. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on in the world of sports. And again, Whispers is here running our cameras, guys, as we're live on YouTube and on Twitch. We will talk Braves coming up. Our buddy Grant McCauley will stop by. Braves lose today, but we'll get into it with Grant, because last night we needed to snap this losing streak. We did.
Right.
Today we come back. We had a chance to win and didn't get it done.
Yeah, and when do you Braves fans want this team to get on the heater? I mean, you're going to say, "Oh, no big deal." I think that even though the Phillies have, we took 8 of 5 against the Phillies, they're still a team. I don't want to see them. I don't want to match up against them, because when their pitching's on, they're as good as we are. Now their pitching is very inconsistent. We know that, but you still got guys. Just the way teams fear Acuna and Matt Olson. It's the same way when you see when you see what's his face with the beard, Bryce. What am I forgetting his name? I'm going brain dead. Harper going up there.
Yes.
Harper it's almost like a 1 out of 3 shot. The ball's going to go 450 feet. Now they're doing this without Reese Hopkins, which reminds us of how we did it in 2020 without Ronald Acuna. I mean, he's an important cog for that machine. I don't want any part of the Phillies. We'll ask Grant about it coming up.
Elder bad. Chavez
Morton
good.
was bad the other night.
Yeah, Nola good for them. This is not hard. I mean, and then you get to extras and you got to make plays and pitches, and you didn't make it today.
Well, Elder looks as bad as he did in this outing as he did before and after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So I've had Braves fans say, "Mike, but relax." I go, "Okay, it's September 20th. At some point, do you want to get on that nice run?" Now, hopefully they feast on the Nationals, right?
Hopefully.
Right?
The Nationals are terrible.
Right?
We're going to see. All right, Grant's on the way. Also, Jake Matthews is on the way. Stay right there. We're coming back. We're live at Flowery Branch. We'll get a chance to talk to our left tackle coming up next.
Here we go, guys. Stand by.
We're ready.
Presented
Roger.
by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy and Associates.
You're up.
Law.
Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're live at Flowery Branch. Guys, we've turned the page after 48 hours of celebrating on Sunday.
Personally, I think it should be 72 hours, but that's just me.
And our big left tackle joins us, Jake Matthews, here with us, hanging out. Good win, man, on Sunday. And I want to start there, and we'll get into the Lions. But, Jake, man, you guys really stepped up offensively in the second half. I think it was Bijan who talked about coming into the huddle and, you're like, we're going to get this fourth down and giving guys that confidence. Just talk about that moment and what it means as you guys try to set the tone here early in the season.
Yeah, like you said, great team win. Just the ability to come back from being down and have that confidence. Like, hey, we're gonna go for it on fourth down and get this. We're gonna close this game out and win. I think it boosted our confidence a lot, and we matured a lot from it. And keep trending up.
It's fun to run the ball. Every lineman talks about more fun to go forward than go backwards. But this team, when you got guys like Tyler Algier and obviously Bijan just making a highlight reel, how much fun is it right now for you?
Yeah, they make us look pretty good. We take a lot of pride and open up holes for them because those guys are both, like you said, extremely talented. So let's get them in space and keep making highlights.
Right.
The improvement, are you seeing it week to week? Like you go back at camp, right? We talk to you and you're like, hey, we got some potential. And then we get through camp and then week 1 and week 2. What do you think the line is? How do you feel about where the group is right now?
Good. Definitely improving. Look at a guy like Bergeron who comes in. He's a rookie. I know what it was like starting early as a rookie and just how much he's developed, obviously playing next to him. And, man, he's a student for the game. You can tell he understands it. He gets it. Some guys don't pick it up as quick, but he is, and he's improving. That's the first thing I'd say. And then, as a front five, I think we're taking a lot of pride in what we're doing as an offense and kind of setting the tone, and we want to continue doing that.
It is Jake Matthews, guys, Falcons Pro Bowler with us going into year 10 in the NFL, man. I know. And I know I've said this to Jake the last few times we've had him on. Arch and I interviewed him back in the day when you showed up in those fancy Cayman boots of yours as I wouldn't say snot-nosed kid, but a big kid from Texas A&M. But yeah, 10 years. And to the contrast of Bergeron, who comes with, it seemed like in camp, a little bit of swagger, a little bit of edge, which is what you want in a lineman. How's the synergy with that dude?
Good. He sometimes that can rub you the wrong way, but I think he's hilarious. He actually gets me, the old man, cracking up. So, man, he's been a good addition. He gets the mindset and the attitude we want to have as an O-line, and I think he fits in great. Yeah.
Jake, I'm from Texas as well. You just got inducted into the Texas A&M Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
That is amazing. I will say this, a lot's changed at A&M, hasn't it? I mean, it looks completely different.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
How was that experience, man?
It was really cool. My wife, Maggie, and my son, Beckett, went out to College Station and flew down there Friday. Kudos to them. She made basically a 24-hour trip there and back and still made it to our game to see us. So, yeah, she went up there and accepted it on my behalf. My parents were there, and she took my son up there, and it was really cool. I definitely felt like I was missing out sitting at home after Friday practice, but man, very honored and excuse me, humbled. That's a big-time university. A lot of really good players have come out of there, so I don't take it lightly.
Right. And unfortunately for guys like Jake, now I think they expect a bigger check now, Carl, every year. Ring of honor. Jake Matthews is with us here. So obviously a young quarterback like Ritter from last year being thrown in against the Saints at the Superdome to now, overcoming some mistakes in this last victory. Talk about his leadership, his presence in the huddle, everything else he's doing. How you like it?
What I've noticed is he's getting more and more comfortable. Just with his ability to call the play. We put, obviously a new game plan in today, and he's not off beat at all. He's right on track the way he's calling these, very complex formations and plays. And it's the first day we've installed him. And sometimes that can be the biggest thing is just getting the play out in the huddle. So and also the way he's playing, I think you look at that game the other day and he made a lot of really big time plays, and we expect that from him, and he's got all the leadership and ability. And, I expect him to keep being a great leader for us and player.
Jake, we got the Lions coming up. You guys, I know, teams change. We were talking to Coach about this, and we played them last year. It's a different team, different defense, different guys. What are you seeing as you guys start to prep and get ready for these guys on Sunday?
Yeah, defensively, they are a try-hard group. We can't take them lightly at all. They've got guys out there who don't take plays off. They're going to finish, and we got the utmost respect for them. And then, obviously, our first road test of the year, and we're fully expecting that place to be loud. There's a lot of hype there, and we got to be ready to fight for a fight when we get out there. So we'll be ready to roll.
You do anything differently on the road personally? 10 years in now, what did you do year one, and what do you do now on the road? Is it different?
Year one, my head was spinning. I don't even remember what I would do back then. I'm pretty locked into my routine now,
Okay.
but no, on the road, routine wise, try to keep it the same.
Okay.
When you go to bed, what you eat, what you do, it's all about the same.
Is it fruit? Like, what do you do? Like, what are you eating?
I'm a big stir fry guy.
Okay.
The night before.
Okay.
Get some carbs in, some rice. Try to carb load for the next day.
You're gonna work it off, that's for sure.
I was gonna say, I know there is a curfew, but man, Detroit is a good food town. I mean, like Italian and all that. There's a million things to do.
Yeah. Man, I'm pretty boring, especially us O-line. We usually hang out in the meal room in the hotel.
Gotcha.
Watch football, make fun of each other, try to take the edge off before we go to bed. Yeah.
Exactly. It is. If you're just tuning in, guys, Jake Matthews with us, our player guest. Today, we're live from Falcons every Wednesday. Yeah, man. Carl mentioned on the road for Desmond and for the entire group. The crowd noise, everything like that. I mean, are they wearing the blue ski masks this week? Is that part of the?
I don't even know if that thing
They were
happened
like
last week.
Yeah, they wanted. I could think of a few things I'd less want to do. I was a fan of the stand.
Each their own.
Right, but Hutchinson's a beast. And how they move him around? Are you facing him? How's it work out on Sunday?
Yeah, no, we're expecting to see him all over the place. He could be inside either edge, and like you said, really good player. So we got to be prepared, and I like our plans so far that we put in today, and we'll be ready to roll. Like I said,
Individually facing guys like that, you face a lot of great pass rushers. You've been in the league a while now. Do you study them more? Are you watching their footwork? Like, are there certain things as a left tackle, which is one of the premier positions in the league, that you do as you prepare for these guys individually?
Man, every guy is so good every week, and obviously he's one of the elite players, and I try to approach everyone the same. Got a routine of how I want to, study them, their film, what their tendencies are. I don't think there's anything you make up new, but I'm always so diligent on top of it. Doesn't matter who you're playing. A guy you could think isn't good could get the best of you in this league. So you can't take anything for granted, and especially with a really good player like him, like you said.
We saw it at camp with some of the guys we brought in and the guys we drafted. It's a bigger physical team on both sides of the ball. One thing for sure, and the aggressiveness of Coach Hart. I mean, when you're in the huddle and you're going for it in the fourth down, is everybody just kind of? I know you bow up, but it's like, ooh, the juices get going.
It happened so quick. I think we were all just like, all right, let's go. There was really no doubt, and we lined up and went and got it. So I didn't have any doubt. I felt pretty good about it.
Right.
You were like, let's go.
Yeah.
You got a nice view of watching Ritter go flying into the end zone on that scramble or the design run.
Yeah, no, that's sometimes one of my favorite things is hopefully setting up a good block and then watching them go downfield and make those highlights, like we said.
Are you screaming at that point? Are you out there going, yeah? Are you saying anything? Or you just, I'm dead tired, I'm going to run down there?
Maybe a little bit of both. If it's a touchdown, yeah, I'll be a little vocal, but I'm trying to catch my breath.
It is Jake Matthews, guys, our left tackle joining us. We got the Lions on Sunday. We're talking about all things Falcons. We asked this question to a couple of guys. Does it feel different? How does it feel compared to some of the other teams that you have been a part of? And again, you were part of a Super Bowl team, so
you've literally seen the good, the bad, and the ugly.
What does this feel like, at least early on in the season?
Yeah, like you said, it's early. We can't take anything for granted. But what I see with this team is we're a group of guys, unselfish guys who want to work hard and find a way to win no matter what. And that's all you can ask for in a good team is guys you can trust, and there's no egos. No one's, everyone's, hey, what do we got to do to win? It doesn't matter what it looks like. And
you feel that across the board, like offense, defense. I mean, I know you're mostly with the offensive guys, but You feel that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in all seriousness,
Okay.
I do. And just this third year with Art, the mindset and the culture he's brought in, you know, I think we're definitely doing the stuff that he was talking about, you know, making this team about. And I can't reiterate enough, you know, it's only 2 weeks in. We there's a lot more still to prove, and we're still very hungry.
It just seems like from the moment we were at camp and the mini camps, even the veterans, even guys like Calais Campbell, like bought in. And you got that, you know, you've been a leader on this team for years. Grady's been a leader on this year for years. It just seems like there was a mission. And we're saying it just 2 games in, but there's a new attitude, a new vibe here.
Yeah. And what just keeps coming back to my mind is, hey, this game is about winning. Let's find a way to win no matter what it takes. If we got to win 10-7 or 45-40, it doesn't matter. We're an unselfish group, and we just want to play hard and win.
Before we let you go, playing for Art, former offensive lineman, does he come into you guys' meetings? Does he? And what does he say? Like, because I get the sense like he's always kind of sticking his head in there, being a former offensive lineman.
He'll pop in occasionally. Usually has some good comedy when he comes in too. We're a group that likes to
buzz balls.
Yeah. Point out insecurities in others sometimes and make each other laugh. But no, he gets it, man. And just with the way he runs our offense and the mindset and what he brings, it's a lot of humor, but also, hey, let's get to work. And this is what the goal is this week. This is what we're attacking. And, you know, I love that about him.
Right. And nobody else has decided to follow the mustache vibe.
Drake is laughing.
No one has yet. I think Chris did for a couple of days of camp, and it wasn't a good look. So there wasn't much there.
Did you tell him it wasn't a good look, or he realized it wasn't?
I think a bit of both.
Hey, man, we appreciate you. Hope the baby's doing well. We've told the story being in Carolina last year. How crazy that was, but baby's good?
Doing great, yeah. 10 months and almost 10 and a half months now, yeah.
Wow. Crazy time flies.
Again, congrats on the Texas A&M award.
Thank
too,
you.
man. You got it.
Appreciate
Thanks for
it.
stopping by. Good luck on Sunday, brother.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Jake Matthews, guys, here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, left tackle for our Falcons, and we got a matchup against the Lions on Sunday. You heard him say, you know, he feels like, Mike, the line's growing. It's getting better.
Right.
He doesn't want to overhype this, and I'm with him on this. But
perspective.
But he knows. You don't think he knows?
Well, it's been a long time since the team started 2-0.
Right.
You know, it's been 6 seasons.
Correct.
You know,
correct.
So, and again, 10 years that he's now been, you know, the mainstay on the line, and I just love, you know, the attitude, and it's, you know, again, and he's always been pretty modest with us as far as, you know, talking about the things where he gets embarrassed when we ask about, you know, this and that.
Yeah.
But he's real, and I think that's the thing. And I love this stuff about Bergeron because again, we didn't want to project because you got to earn the spot. And we hated to see, you know, Matt Hennessy.
He's got a nasty streak.
You and I you noticed him from the jump. You
Yeah.
saw him, and you saw the attitude, and and as Jake says, how many times have you and I over the last 10 years been working together talk about, you know, Todd McClure and those old offensive lines with Harvey Dahl and Clabo. There's just a nastiness to it and the aggressive nature. Just seems like we got that cooking right now.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can answer the call Sunday. He said, and I think Art's getting them ready for this, guys. It's going to be a tough environment. Like the Lions fans are buying into whatever is going on with that team and the hype, just like we're buying into our team.
Right.
The noise at the stadium and the environment is getting better, and it's changed over the last couple of weeks. So he knows it's going to be a tough situation. All right, Grant McCauley's on the way. What's going on with the Braves, guys? We got a lot other stuff to get to, and you'll hear Coach Art in the 6 o'clock hour for those of you who missed it as he breaks down and talks about each and every decision that helped us win the game on Sunday. It's all on the way on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
boys. Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go.
Presented by Finley Roofing.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell.
You're up.
Radio 92.9, The Game.
Thanks to Coach Art and our left tackle, Jake Matthews, for stopping by. We're live at Flowery Branch. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up 6 o'clock. Apparently, former coach doesn't like the dog schedule. We'll get into that. There is news coming out of Chicago with their quarterback. A coordinator steps down. There's lots to get to. And also, we're going to replay Coach Art for you guys who missed it in the 6 o'clock hour.
Right, breaking down everything that went down, including the plays that didn't work and the plays that did work and how it all happened.
All right, let's talk to Grant McCauley. Series finishes up. Grant, of course, covers baseball for us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, covers MLB and the Braves. Today, we had a shot, okay? I love the fact that we stopped this losing streak last night, Grant. We had a shot today. Give us your assessment of the breakdown of this game today, because, you know, if you say, well, it started early with the starting pitching, I felt like we worked our way back into this game, and then we just didn't get the clutch hitting like we needed.
Yeah, it seemed like they were like one hit away there at the end. They gave themselves that chance late. They did rally and come back, and it was not a memorable day for Bryce Elder, who we caught up with in the clubhouse after the game. And he basically just said, I didn't think I did anything well, and this is one of those that you just got to, throw in the trash, because this was not what he wanted to do and how he wanted it to look. And 5 walks, no strikeouts, can't get out of the fourth inning. I think the Braves are kind of fortunate that it wasn't maybe a little bit more lopsided than it ended up being, and a big reason why. Jesse Chavez came in and gave the Braves 2 1/3 very important innings to help bridge the gap. And the Braves offense started to chip away at the Philly lead. So it was kind of one of those games that was right there for you. Couldn't get that clutch hit. Credit Nick Castellanos with a great throw to get Luke Williams, who was a pinch runner who came on, stole second, stole third, thought maybe it was going to be a speed rally, and he's going to tag and score on that fly ball down the right field line, and it's gunned out at home plate. I think maybe a better slide, he's able to get in there, but and these are the things that you only get one shot at. And unfortunately for the Braves, extra innings didn't go their way either. So not really anything alarming today. Definitely good to pick up that win and snap the losing streak. And I think this was a series that was a little bit more competitive than was the one over the weekend down in Miami that had more people alarmed.
Yeah, and Grant, we were looking back at the pitching because Bryce Elder looked a little shaky, as you mentioned, and I hope it's not a repeat of what we saw, kind of bookending the All-Star break weekend. Then we went back and we looked at Charlie Morton, who also got beat up by the Phillies, and he's been kind of a streaky guy. 3 or 4 really good games, 3 kind of clunkers. And I Braves fans are telling me to chill, get off the ledge. But where are you with Charlie? I mean, when do you start to worry that we're wobbling again at the wrong time?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily alarmed by it. I mean, he made a mistake within a couple of pitches down to Miami that kind of turned his whole start just upside down, giving up that grand slam. But that at times has been the case for Charlie Morton this year. I don't think he's necessarily been too wild or moved away from the things that were working for him. But I think it's not like anything else, especially when you're watching from a fan's perspective. The timing of it is what I think gets you a little bit, alarmed. But, you guys can go through a whole season and like look at Clayton Kershaw, for example, win a Cy Young, look great, go to the postseason and get beat up a couple of times. And that's just kind of the way baseball is. So I don't read too much into it, good, bad, or indifferent. I still feel like the Braves are in a good spot, clearly with the offense that they have, and they've got a capable pitching staff. That's the way I would define it, as much or more than anything. They're not above the struggles. We've seen a lot of it in September, and I know that nobody wants to see those, but I don't think there's ever been a correlation or a causality to how you pitched in September being a direct reflection of how you're going to pitch in October. It just really doesn't seem to work that way.
Grant, should Spencer Strider win the Cy Young?
I think he's got a great case for it, but I feel like if this is a race that doesn't really have a clear winner in the National League. I think that Blake Snell has a case for it, but I would also pick it apart and tell you that there are some flaws to that. I think Justin Steele has a really good case for it, but I would also tell you that I don't know that it's a slam dunk for him. And then you look at Spencer Strider and to Zach Gallen, and they've all just kind of got a case. But when you leave the major leagues in strikeouts, you have a chance to be a 20-game winner. Those are 2 boxes that when you check them more times than not, you're going to have the opportunity to win a Cy Young Award. I went back and looked at the lowest number of innings pitched it takes to have 270 or more strikeouts in a season, And Spencer Strider has one of the best seasons in that regard. But among the 121 pitchers that have struck out 270 or more batters in a season in baseball history, Spencer Strider also has the highest ERA of any of those pitchers. So it's really a bizarre thing to look at, to know that you can miss bats at that level, but also not be able to, get away from running into 3-run homers like he did against Bryce Harper last night. It's just kind of been one of those strange seasons for him. So I don't know if that answered the question or not. I feel like he has a good case for it, but I don't feel like anybody has the thing in the bag.
It is our man Grant McCauley with us, guys, as the Braves, unfortunately, they get off to a terrible start, 4-0 battle back, only to lose it in extras to Philly. The the lineup we know is money, and obviously Ronald is just raking. Ronald with the 2 home runs last night, just and it seemed like he took a little relish rounding third base. Rob Thompson enjoyed that. Peter Moylan on the broadcast talking about the nonsense from Bill Plaschke that I was talking about with you a few weeks ago. What do you think the national vibe is for Ronald? If you're 40-70, how do you not win the MVP, right?
This is, I think, what we're talking about is not only is it just 40-70, and this is what I've kind of been trying to make that point is Ronald Acuna Jr. is having a year that he could have won a batting title most seasons. He's not going to catch a rise this year, but he's right there in that regard. He's got the 40-70. He's got 200 hits. He could score 145 or more runs. The strikeouts have been cut down so much so, and he just brings so much value to the best offense in baseball. And I feel like as you start to look at the totality of the MVP case that he's making, it's hard to deny when you're also making a little bit of history. I know that we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, or I guess about 10 days ago, that Mookie Betts is going to be the first, the third leadoff man in history with 100 runs batted in. Well, guess who the fourth is? It's Ronald Acuna Jr. He got there last night. So if he's doing the same things that Mookie's doing in the same season, by the way, they now have the same number of home runs. I don't really know that Mookie's doing something or some things, plural, so far and away better than Ronald that he's able to take that award away from him. So I still feel like it's Ronald. I think that nationally a lot of people are kind of taking notice of the big, round, nice-looking counting numbers again, like 200 hits, 100 runs batted in, 140 runs scored, 40 homers, maybe 70 stolen bases, and all the things that he's doing. It's just too good of a season, I feel like, to be denied.
So we're going to beat up on the Nationals, right? Because they're terrible.
That's the plan, I believe. And you get to start out with Max Fried, so you should feel a little bit better about that. Because I know that some of the alarm that has gone on in September, not all of it, but some of it, has been that the Braves haven't necessarily been getting beat on nights that Max Fried and Spencer Strider are pitching on a regular basis throughout this month or this season, for that matter. So I think that that's a good thing to see, just to have Max there to hopefully set the tone for that series for you and to just continue offensively doing what you need to do on a given night to win a baseball game, because that's still going to be a huge part of what the Braves do in October is what their offense is able to do. And it's a very, very good offense, the best we've ever seen.
So just to double down on the ERA, listener, what we were talking says highest ERA in the majors right now is the Braves for the month of September. Doesn't concern you?
No, because it's not the highest ERA over the course of the season, so I don't think it's indicative of a pattern. There
But the
are
trend,
ebbs and flows, and no, it really doesn't. And again, I'm not going to tell you that it's not, ideal to see Charlie Morton or Bryce Elder go out and give up, 5 or 6 runs or walk 5 guys and not strike out anybody in the case of Elder today. I mean, guys are going to have these starts. I just don't feel like that's necessarily where your rotation is anchored. We talked about Spencer Strider a little bit. I still think Max Fried is kind of the tone setter of this rotation and the guy that you're going to turn to help lead you through October. So I've looked at it a lot of different ways and a lot of different pitching staffs, including the one the Dodgers have. I think a lot of contenders would love to trade places with the Atlanta Braves, both in rotation and in bullpen. None of these teams are perfect. You may see the flaws of the Braves because you watch them every day,
right.
But if you watch these other clubs and go digging through the numbers, you will find the bad nights, the weak links, the questionable this or that or the other. Every club has it. They're not going to be perfect. I just feel like the Braves are constructed as well or better than any other team they're going to run into.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I've been saying today and, for weeks now, it runs through us. Like whatever's going to happen has got to go through Atlanta. Right. And so from that standpoint, I think the course of the season, we know enough about this team that what we're going to get. Let me ask you this, though. As far as the road, being on the road, well, one of the best – you don't get to this record without being one of the best road teams, and I think that also plays. Mm-hmm. There are some teams that don't necessarily play as well on the road. We've been a great road team, and that's another reason why I have this belief that we're going to get it done.
Yeah, and I think that, being a capable road team and then having the opportunity to get that home field advantage that you want.
Right.
Yeah, a club could come into your house and take one of those games from you, and then it kind of ruins the home field advantage because then they get to host those 3 right there in the middle, or the 2 right there in the middle, I should say, of the 5-game series, whatever the case is. But I do feel like this is a club that home or road, they've gotten it done all season long. And there are a lot of clubs, are great at home, and some teams, they kind of build a little bit of their track record on being a good road club, and maybe they struggle a little bit at home, but it all kind of evens out by the time you get into the month of October.
Hey, Carl brought this up. Barrett Sports Media picked it up on the story about like the juice that we had to endure for Aaron Judge last year when a lot of us not based in New York couldn't give 2 flips. What about where's the intrigue? Where's the level of TV coverage? I know Major League Baseball, their network might do it. But what about ESPN breaking in if a guy goes 40-70? Is it going to be focus on Acuna? That's what Carl was asking earlier.
That's funny because I had somebody ask me about that yesterday, and I do a recap show on YouTube on Locked On Sports Atlanta, and that was something that was kind of being discussed, and I thought, I haven't really thought about it that way. I kind of understood with Judge because, for all of us that I know growing up, we're all different ages, but 61 home runs meant something different 30 years ago than it does now. Maybe that was kind of some, previous era thinking for Aaron Judge. I don't know that they needed to break into programming there. I think as much as anything, that was shameless self-promotion of their own products. But putting that aside, it was a historical accomplishment. It was still the American League record. But this is something that I do feel like we're going to look at down the line, come back to this season that Ronald Acuna Jr. had. And I don't know what he's going to do for the next 10, 15 years that he plays, but it's going to be hard to top this season. And it's going to be hard to imagine another player coming along and doing all of the things that he did in this season. I think we're watching some history, and I think Braves fans are enjoying it, and they should be.
Yeah, the thing about this, Grant, before we let you go, and this is just a comment. You know this because you're around these guys. There's so much that has to go right for a guy to do this. The main thing is playing 150 some odd games, right? 100 and whatever he's played.
Yeah.
That's the key. It's not just the ability to do it. You got to show up for all these games, and that is why these milestones become so difficult to reach. And again, it's been a great season, and he even said it. I think Acuna said it last night about being healthy. He's just happy to be healthy. Yep. That's the key, guys. That's why it's so unattainable, because the guy, we may run into another guy who has the ability, but is he going to play the amount of games? Is he going to stay healthy? Is he going to be able to put up the numbers consistently to do it? And that's why this is magical.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I've talked to Ronald a handful of times throughout the course of the year, and just about any question you ask him about success at the plate, success on the base paths, any combination of the two, how are you doing both? It all comes back to being healthy and being out there. And I think the recognition of that came from having to go through sitting out during one of the most, magical runs that the Braves have been on in the franchise's history to win the World Series a couple of years ago. You think he didn't want to be out there playing out and doing all those things in the World Series? I promise you that he did. And then coming back in 22 and having to kind of prove himself, mentally to himself, forget anybody else, but am I healthy? Where am I at with this? And the knee injury and the maintenance that he had to go through and the kind of reestablishing of all of those things. And now we're seeing, I think the ultimate focus that he had mentally and physically to get himself back to this point. So, yeah, I think he's happy to be healthy and out there and doing the things that he's doing, and it all starts with that. And if this is what a healthy Ronald Acuna Jr. can do, it's a pretty –
we got to get out, guys.
I'll go back on the stolen bases one more time. If it were this easy for guys to steal 65 or 70 bases, then I'm looking around the league trying to figure out where, the 20, 30, 40 other guys that run as fast or faster than Ronald Acuna Jr. and they're good base runners, where's their 40 or 50 or 60 stolen bases? So it's not easy what this guy's doing, and he's doing it all inside of one season. That's the incredible thing about it.
Grant, great job. It's on to the Nationals. Braves lose today in extra innings. We'll see how they respond on the road. Grant, we'll talk tomorrow, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Sounds great.
All right, guys, we're live at Flowery Branch this hour, brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. We're going to come back. Mike and I have a couple of headlines that we've got to tell you about, some NFL related. We'll also let you hear Coach Art and what he had to say to us today about not only last week's win, but looking ahead to take on the Lions on Sunday. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I hit the over on that. Boston.
We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. Sports Radio 92.9.
We are live at Flowery Branch today, guys. We had a chance to catch up with Coach Arthur Smith, head football coach of our team, the Atlanta Falcons. Also, we talked to Jake Matthews. Always good to talk with Jake, man. He's such a down-to-earth guy, and he's been so durable in his career, knock wood, and the longest tenured offensive lineman we have. And,
right.
He said, listen, I feel like this line's getting better every week. He didn't want to overpromise, but he said, listen, I do feel like across the board, we have this locker room where, you can feel it. It's a little bit different than what it's been.
Right.
And guys, for those who don't remember, Jake played on our 2016 Super Bowl team.
He was here in 14. He was here. I mean, he was here for 15 the year that, we didn't have Alex Mack. 16, we got Alex Mack, Then he was here for 17 the year that we brought in Sark, and that was not his offense. The defense is great that year. I'm of the opinion, just based on the talent, the 17 team was better than the 16 team, but we lost to Philadelphia.
I would agree.
On that final throw to Julio on the no-call pass interference.
Yeah, no, we should have gotten back. I mean, it sounds crazy. Right. I know how hard it is, but
when you tell people, and it's funny because they go back and they go, is that really? One guy, we talked about this a few weeks ago, a guy looked it up. We held the Rams in LA and the Eagles in Philly to less than 29 points combined.
Yeah.
And didn't make it to the Super Bowl. And we would have smoked the Vikings.
Oh, I think so, too. So Jake stopped by. You can go check that out at Odyssey.com and hear what he has to say. Coming up, you'll hear from Coach. We're going to replay that for you here in less than 10 minutes. But, Mike, you've been telling me all day if I heard this. Have you heard this? Have you heard this? And I was like, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's a man in South Carolina taking the internet by storm after he gave his eyewitness account of that F-35 $100 million fighter jet.
Yeah.
The stealth fighter that went off course. The pilot ejects, downstate South Carolina. The plane flies 60 miles on its own. Mm-hmm. And because it's stealth, they didn't know where it was. But Carl didn't get a chance to hear it. And since we didn't have Guy Talk today, because we had Coach, we had Jake on, I'd be remiss because I want you to hear this. This is a man who is taking the internet by storm. Randolph White talking about what it looked like and sounded like when this F-35 eventually crashed by his home.
He loves living about 2 miles away from where he grew up. Normally, it's pretty quiet, but on Sunday afternoon,
I was in the shade, and I heard a scream. In between the street and a whistle. What is this?
I knew from his first comment that this was going to go the way it did.
Yes, if we could just cut to his interpretation of what the F-35 sounded like before it made impact. By the way, other eyewitnesses say the plane was inverted.
Oh.
Upside down. Flying. Again, that's the technology stops on a dime. One more time, I give you the man who is ruling. He owns the internet right now, Randolph White. I just wanted you to hear that.
That's great.
I didn't
you told me earlier today, you were like, have you heard this? I was like, no. What are you talking about? Have you heard this? I was like, no. Yeah. What are you talking about? That is priceless. That's gold.
I saw it on the computer this morning, and I'm crying, laughing. I heard Andy Randy play it, so I just want to make sure that you had heard Randolph.
Oh, it's incredible. And by the way,
here's what he looks like.
Well, of course. Okay.
He's got a straw hat. He looks like a dude. By the way, a couple of websites have dubbed the crash interview greatest interview of 2023. A new meme is born.
It is. Oh, my goodness. It's Dukes and Bell. That is awesome. By the way, the fact that plane flew 60 miles by itself.
Yeah, the pilot ejects, and he's right by the base. He lands by an airport, like in this neighborhood, comes down. And obviously the plane was uncontrollable. Well, no, the plane just kept going. And because there's a lot of controversy about this because some people thought it was over the top of the whole contract in the first place.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be the thing that can beat anything on the planet.
Well, that's why they wanted to find it, by the way. It's $100 million
including
plane.
the pilot. Pilot couldn't handle it today.
All
One more time.
I can't do it. That's how it sounded? You know me, I'm always going to do it again. All right, guys, a couple of things going on. We're going to let you hear from Coach Art. Here's what's happening around the NFL. Not a good day for the Bears. Justin Fields calls out his coach, his offensive coordinator today, and then backtracked and tried to say, hey, wait a minute, you guys got to take this out of context. I said this, and you guys know I'm a big Justin Fields fan. Has he lived up to the potential? No. It's not a good Bears team, but he's not playing well. He needs to be responsible, Mike. So that kind of got the day started. Then we find out that the Bears defensive coordinator is stepping away.
Yeah, this one is crazy. So initially the report said the police were at the Hallis Hall, the Bears headquarters. They walked that story back. That wasn't accurate. Then it was reported the police were at Alan Williams' home. Now, the DC for the Bears hasn't been involved with the Bears for nearly 6 days. So some kind of mental health situation. Don't want to speculate. They already are in Chi-Town, of course.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man, he goes, I'm taking a step back to take care of my health and family. Appreciate the opportunity to work with the Bears. I value the shield and what it stands for. I plan to come back and coach again. So apparently a mental health issue of some sort. But that was confusing. Like, I like Fields. I just thought, and we all know it. Look, they went and they traded a ridiculous pick for Chase Claypool. He's an absolute bum. But if you've got problems with your offense, you got to say, we can all do better. I think the coaches, the players, we can all do better. To sit there and say, hey, I feel a little robotic. Why is that? Coaching. And then to walk it back and say it's out of context. No, you said it in front of 15 reporters. It's on TV.
Yeah.
So I hope that, and I think that Fields' dad and others reached out to him and said, dude, you got to.
Oh, trust me.
Yeah.
I
Get
know,
this together.
There's no doubt about that. Giants running back Saquon Barkley out for Thursday night. That is a given. We thought that would not happen. He is out. Also, we found out that Urban Meyer had something to say about the Dogs.
Urban Meyer brought this up a few weeks earlier, and he doubled down again on his podcast. Look at that team up in Ann Arbor. You should be allowed to play that schedule, making fun of Michigan's schedule. Then he goes on to say, look at Georgia. He goes, and then he starts to pump up, why would Ohio State play Navy? Or should say play Notre Dame when everybody else is playing patty cakes? He's doubling down on Georgia. Whether he's got a mean on for Georgia, going all the way back to Mark Richt, putting everybody in the end zone.
Yeah.
But anybody who could look at Urban Meyer's schedule, as we did a few weeks ago.
Soft.
You go back and look at Jeremy Foley. This was the SEC telling Georgia, you're not playing Oklahoma to get the schedule in balance for the SEC. Urban Meyer should shut his lying, cheating pie hole because he's a fraud, and he always has been. And that ridiculous TV show on Netflix trying to resurrect his image, get out of here. You're a joke. Your schedule in Florida was it? Look at the schedule in Florida in the late 2000s and see how it stacks up against what Georgia's doing.
Coming up, you'll hear Coach Arthur Smith. His decision-making decided the game last week. You'll hear how he processed through all of that coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
902-2000.
Well, we're live at Flowery Branch. Let's talk to Coach Art. All right, Art, can I get a handshake? Because the balls on that call on fourth down.
Nuggets, baby.
I'm like,
Huevos.
Arthur Smith, my goodness. Coach, let's talk about it because you talk about setting the tone. You've been telling us this all season. We get into that kind of game where we need it. And I heard Bijan after the game say, look, when I got the call, I was like, oh, they calling my number? Let's go. Jake Matthews, we're going to get the first down. The confidence in that huddle and then to go get it done and to finish the game, Coach, was huge.
Yeah, and every one of those situations are different. And, you know, you know what the numbers are. You know, we can get the, like I said, everybody's got the same analytics chart now. And so it's kind of like what happened in baseball, but it's always going to come down to decision making and obviously what you want to go with and what are the matchups and what's going on the other side. So there's a lot that goes into it. But the way that we were playing, I had a lot of faith. Not, you know, if we kicked it there, fine. I'm confident, you know, right? We would have gotten it. Would have given them a chance with timeouts and a 2-minute warning, probably. Way the kickoff would have gone, you know, where they had a lot of time to get in the field goal range. Not to say that our defense wouldn't have stopped them, but again, the psychology of it, one, you get it. It's deflating for them. Yeah. Now they got to use their timeouts as long as we don't do anything reckless.
Right.
And really, thought, like I said, we came another yard away from getting the other first down. We were actually in a situation that we work where if they had tried to let us score, you know, we take it down. If we got in that second first down, that second before we kicked on 4th and 1, right? You get down in there, and we could have milked the clock down. I would have banged the timeout with 3 seconds, kicked it, and gone home.
Okay.
But, you know, we got the first one. They used their timeouts. They had a minute, some change, right? Coup pops it through, and they had no timeouts. It's a little bit different. A little bit of emergency coming through, and they went 4 and out.
The situational football there, how much do you work on that? Because
all the time.
All the time. Because in those moments, like, I think fans believe, like, what's coach going to do? Or have we been in this situation? You create those situations in practice all the time. So you've gone through it, and you know where you want to go.
Right, and every one of them is different. That's why I said there's never a perfect, you know, it's, you know, so people try to act like they had the perfect thing, but, you know, you're playing percentages, and there's a heavy percentages in certain situations, but it's a continuing education. So if you have the mindset that, hey, you don't have the arrogance that you're ever going to know it all, you study everything. And you try to game it through so you're prepared. So in those moments, like what is your call? Got to have it
right
4th and 1 when you get in those situations. That was our call. And we felt good about it because you actually used it early in the game. It's a quick count unbalanced, and we get it in the same formation as actually what we used on the flea flicker on the 3rd and 3 that Matt caught. And so the funny part about it is, and then again, like I got a big family and a lot of friends, so I see some of these things and I laugh. I laugh so hard sometimes to see it because like it makes me laugh, and I didn't know when that thing came through. And then I saw it when I'm studying our TV copy to, you know, hear what our cadence and all that other stuff. So I'm like, all right. The other part about that 4th and 1 that was crazy, right? I used the challenge, kind of the timeout, see the spot, we'll get the call, and I tell Tez, hey, and he did a great job. I said, hey, don't break this huddle because they're going to wind the 25-second clock. Give it a couple seconds, then get up there so they don't see the unbalance and go on the quick. Right. He did that. Well, the ump stepped back in the way. That's why I was like, what in the?
Yeah, you're jamming us up here.
Yeah, that's why I flipped out because Savage actually saw it. So that's why he actually triggered pretty quick.
Gotcha.
So if you really look at the TV copy, what felt like 10 seconds to me was probably a second and a half.
Sure.
But he had the view from the safety. He actually comes to trigger to take it away. And Jonnu actually, that last effort pushed, and Bijan was able to go underneath it. But that effort by New, but that's why I was so upset because the ump stepped back in there. So that was a lot going on. But either way, like going back to it with the decision to do it, like I felt confident in our guys the way we were rolling off the ball. And like I said, I got a lot of confidence in Bijan already.
It's cool to be in memes, man. I like it. It is our man.
Not the first time, won't be the last time.
With us here at Falcons headquarters. We always talk about our two coaches before you. We love Mike Smith. Unscouted looks. Used to talk about that all the time. Never saw the Jonnu Smith as a lead blocker for Desmond play, at least when I was in practice. That was beautiful.
we go 2 for 5, and one of those was that managing the end of the game when Cook kicked it. So you're 50%, not what you want, but it's the NFL. But we come back to it, and that's what we did. We looked at it. I liked the matchup. Played it how we thought. Des pulled it, and he scored. The one on that 4th and 4, right, where he got hit late by Douglas and went in the end zone.
Yeah.
So there's so much that goes on to play, and sometimes, yeah, sure, you can overthink it, but the intent was to try to play off tendencies. Yeah, we're trying to be aggressive. Yeah, we got to score, but that's what the thought. There is thought behind it. Never going to be perfect. Yeah, we got to do a better job.
We're going to talk about the Lions with Coach Art. He's here with us live at Flowery Branch at Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I don't want to build this up. We're 2 weeks in, but I learned something about our quarterback this week.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically in the second half, I thought his decision-making, his moxie, the way he went about his business, we've kind of wondered. I'm saying we as the fans, we saw the 4 games last year, and we start this season, and we go, okay, I got to see him in some of these moments. I thought we had some of those, Art, on Sunday with Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, I mean, look at his numbers, and then I get it. You can slice up the numbers however you want, but you really look at the percentages in that into half and really the fourth quarter. Going back to Cincinnati, but really you go back and look at that since he started in the NFL. That's what I saw down in New Orleans. As ugly as that
6 minutes, guys.
Moment's not too big. There is a human element, and you can feel it when you're out on the field. You can look at the opposing team, and you can tell who wants that ball and who doesn't. Desmond wants that ball. I mean, that's why the guys love him. Like, he's what we're about, I mean, I like the quarterback's got some stuff to him. Right. That's what he's a fighter, but he's not reckless, right? And he's going to learn from things like the first pick. We got bull rush. Kyle's coming open. Ball sails on him. Bull rush gets him. The next one, they got him on coverage. Now he's seen it. Saw some on the front side. Thankfully, he dropped it. Tough lesson learned.
Right.
Trying to be aggressive going to Drake. Again, lesson learned, right? Jair jumped it. Thankfully, he dropped it. And then the one, again, he hits Drake on the 3rd and 15, the dagger. It's a different look. Now he's trying to, again, completely different look underneath. And you got to know the situation. Everyone's different. So there are some new journeys. But what I like about Dez, he usually doesn't make the same mistake twice.
Right.
And thankfully, then you get down at the end of the game. I mean, he wants that ball. The situation's not too big.
Well, that's why we were going to ask you, and you just answered the question about what happened on those 2 near picks, but that's a teaching moment for Desmond Ridder. On the flip side, how about the laser he pumps into Drake London at the goal line? That was a beautiful pass.
Yeah, I mean, the arming on that, right? He checked to protect. They bring 0.
Yeah.
So you get a built-in mechanism. He checks it, it's about understanding, and then to be able to get that. But that shows his athletic ability, how twitchy he really is, and like to be able to. What I've always liked about Dez is you watch some of these guys that are play extenders, they throw everything like Rick Vaughn, 99-mile fastball, 100 run, right, whatever it was. And what he does, he can change the speed and the trajectory, and that's a naturalness to him.
Just one follow-up on Ridder, and then, as we said, I was trying to explain to guys in my section, the throw to Jonnu, that's another laser that he puts in.
Where he puts it, because
right.
Savage is in front of him, right? They hit that seam kind of route in the middle field close. He knew where to put it. That's being a passer.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, we had a look. He saw the look. They played soft on Bijan and Kyle. So he's working back in his progression where he's got a high-low with Jonnu and Drake. And he fired that thing in there, put it where he needed to, where the safety couldn't get it. And New's a guy that likes to play inside the numbers. And it was a big play by him.
Coach dropping knowledge, guys. I hope you're paying attention as we talk about our team. Let's talk about the Lions, Coach. Last year, I remember, tough fight. I mean, they came down here. We end up, getting the dub, but this is a different team. We're a different team. And it's our first chance to go on the road. I mean, what's your message as we hit the road for the first time?
Yeah, it's going to be a great road environment. It'll be like when we went out to Seattle last year. And, you talk about it, you try to simulate some things, but until we get in there, I mean, they'll be ready to go. They're coming off a tough loss to Seahawks in overtime. We know what they're about. It's going to be
Coming up on 3 minutes, guys.
Loud like it was in Seattle. You try to work through it. And we're going to get their best shot. And I promise you, they'll be ready to roll, and we'll be ready to roll. And so we got to have a good week. This is a big game for us.
I know it's early in the week. We saw some of the bigger names on their defense. Montgomery looks like he's going to be out. We'll find out. It's early in the week, as I said. Are we going to see Jeff Okudah make a homecoming?
He's getting close. We'll see how tomorrow and Friday goes, but he's certainly trending in the right direction.
Do you look at those receivers and say, I really do like to have him out there? They got some weapons.
Yeah, I mean, there's always something every week. The matchup. I mean, St. Brown's a good player for him. How they use him. Josh Reynolds been playing good for him. My man Khalif. little mullet man. He cut his mullet off.
He did.
But I love Khalif. But he does a good job for him in the return game. He's a big play guy for him. They got other gadgets for him, and so they got a good squad. They're heavy-handed O-line. They're going to see some gap schemes. They'll try to run and some of the zone stuff. So we'll be ready to roll.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard Dan Campbell talking about, he said this was a tough loss for them, but he said the Falcons have better weapons. This is his words. Falcons have better weapons than the guys we just played. He was talking about Seattle and giving you guys respect and knowing what he's about to get into. That was Dan Campbell after the game on Sunday. Coach, what was your conversation with Ryan Nielsen? We stopped these guys last week. 3 and out, finish the game.
Right.
3 huge series, and the defense stepped up.
He didn't complete a ball either, right?
Correct.
Yep.
I mean, you talk about Love, who looked like, world beater here in the first half, and then we basically shut him down. What was the conversation with you and your DC?
Well, it's really the whole staff. And then really when you're talking about a team and the things that we try to do in all 3 phases, we don't have independent contractors. So part of the strategy, too, when you hold the ball for 36 minutes, you can wear somebody down. You're going to play pretty good defense. They got 2 chunk plays off those DPIs, off the flea flicker, and then the one we brought pressure, and then they got down there, right? And we had the defensive holding, and then they broke a tackle. We got to do a better job. Catch and run touchdown. So there's a couple things there. We'll clean up, but our guys want that moment. That's the thing. You know about finish.
1 minute, guys.
Also the field position when you got to go out there.
It's like I said, imagine if Arthur was running the strategy in 16.
Cool.
Oh, different animal.
I know.
Cover, we have to if we don't. But that's a team thing. We got a lot of problem solvers. So there were some things we showed.
Different animal.
We hadn't showed the young quarterback before. And that's what the good coaching is. And we have good communication on the back end with Jerry and Jack and Frank and Ryan. And, there's a lot of problem solvers. And that's what a good staff is supposed to do.
I know every game's got an ebb and flow, but 17 points in the second half against the Panthers, 16 points in the second half this week. So are we now a second half team?
30 seconds.
I know you'd like to be a full football.
It's NFL, but you want to you want to be a team that can close games out. You want to have tough-minded guys that want to embrace the opportunity when the pressure situations come on. But the thing is, just because we've done it twice, we got to continue to improve, right? It's just because you did it last week doesn't mean we'll do it this week if we don't put in the work and try to get better.
Art.
5 seconds.
Detroit, appreciate you always stopping by. Let's get back to work. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks, man.
You're up.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, man. Dukes Bell, the only radio station live at Flowery Branch midweek, getting the coach, getting Jake Matthews. Really, we also spoke to some of the guys in the locker room, and we did get the impression that the Packers were talking a lot of jive in that game Sunday, especially when they're up by 12.
Got to back it up.
Yeah,
they didn't back it up.
Finish.
No doubt. We finished. Will we finish on the road this weekend against the Lions? We're going to talk more about that over the next couple of days. Thanks to Coach Art for stopping by. We're coming back. We got more to get to, guys. We've got Atlanta United on tonight, Mike. Straight up, man. 7 o'clock.
Yeah, taking on a DC United team. We scored 20 more goals, but we scored maybe 3 more goals than them tonight to get the 3 points.
Mike Conti, Jason Longshore with the call. Stay here. They've got the pregame at 7. We're coming back live from Flowery Branch.
You're up.
Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Been a busy day up here at Flowery Branch. Jake Matthews stopped by and joined us talking about this team and getting ready for the Lions. I'm just going to say this to you guys. And we've got Atlanta United coming up top of the hour here. But, Mike, and no last call tonight, guys, as we're wanted to give you a chance to hear Arthur Smith and what he had to say. But the confidence level, and some of you may say, well, duh, Dukes. I mean, given they're 2-0.
Right.
But the confidence level is high, and I think it's on a different level than it's been. And I'm going to say this because you're talking about my quarterback. The confidence that he exudes carries over, and I think guys pick up on this, Mike. You can be a talented quarterback. Zach Wilson, talented. He's got all the throws. Right. He's got a great arm. He doesn't exude the confidence that you need to grow around him and, more importantly, feel like you have a real chance to win. I'm just telling you guys, it's not that way with Desmond Ridder up here.
No, I mean, look, you're seeing a contrast because, he struggled at times, but he bounced back, showed resilience. Art said, teachable moments for those picks, and then granted they should have been picks, but won't make the same mistake twice. But he's a guy that has the respect of the room. He has the respect of a 10-year veteran like Jake Matthews. Meanwhile, up in Chicago, Justin Fields is blaming everybody but the man in the mirror. And, that's not the way you do it. And that's how Zach kind of lost the locker room a few years ago with the Jets, why they turned to Aaron Rodgers. So, and you and I have said it, we don't need him to be Patrick Mahomes. We need him to be the best Desmond Ridder. And I said this to you earlier. If the best Desmond Ridder turns out like Brock Purdy, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
That's all we need, man.
Well, I think, again, can he be that efficient? Because that's really what Brock Purdy is. He doesn't turn the ball over. He makes the right decisions. And I think Dez has done that. You heard Coach break down those potential interceptions.
Right.
Where he was saying, here, let me tell you what was going on. And again, I hope you were paying attention because he's saying as the game moved on, here are things that I'm looking at and how I want to attack these guys. And I think that is what makes Art a really good play caller. We've been saying this since he got the job. We thought he was going to be a good play caller, but you're seeing it play out. And that fourth down call, he talked about it. Got to have it. That's what it's on the play sheet, guys, around the NFL. There's a big red gotta have it. Okay, here's what we're going to.
Right. Think about like the Saints week 1 last year where Mariota botches the snap. And then on 4th and 1, just kick the field goal. I don't have confidence we're going to execute the play.
Exactly.
And now fast forward a year into week 2, in 2 crucial 4th downs. He puts the ball in Bijan's hands, puts the ball in Ritter's hands. Ridder gets the touchdown. I mean, that's what you've got to have. It's a combination of we get better players too. We get more talent.
We do.
One thing we also learned, guys, we learned today from our conversation with Jake Matthews. I got to be honest, give Carl and I some credit. We like Bergeron from the jump. We like the pick. We liked him in camp. We liked him in the preseason. And Bergeron is a dude. And Jake signed off on it.
He did. But who was it, Mike? Who was it with us? It was Lindstrom when we talked to him a couple of months ago.
Right.
And he didn't want to hint that Bergeron was that guy, but he was like, he's playing pretty well. All these guys get a sense of who can play.
Right. And he's cocky. And he's got attitude and swag, which all good, interior linemen have to have. And that's part of it. It's a good pick. Right now, knock wood, looks like a good pick.
This hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital for a healthier future together. Look to Northside. If you're just joining us, guys, Braves lose today in extra innings. They had a chance to win. They did not come through with clutch hitting as we've seen them do so many times in the past. But it was one of those games, Mike, where the way it started out, you're like, oh, we're already down. And it didn't feel like we were even going to have a chance to
No, it was 4-0. And then they battled back, some timely hitting from Acuna and Ozuna. And later on, you do get to extra innings. Unfortunately, after you go with Iglesias, Minter's been pretty good of late. Minter gave up a 2-run double. And then, unfortunately, you got 1 run back, but you couldn't close the gap. So they lose 6-5 to Philly. A lot of Braves fans are telling me, will you stop with the pitching? No, I'm not. I wasn't going to stop at the trade deadline. You can't have enough pitching. And the Braves have the worst ERA in Major League Baseball for the month of September, which is, okay, I know, do the math, sample sizes, all the pitchers have basically had three runs through the rotation.
Yes.
That's a concern.
It is.
I'm not going to the movie theater yelling, fire. Or worse, yelling through a firehouse going, movie. But anyway, it's an old Steve Martin joke. But no, I'm a little worried about this because Grant keeps telling me, get off the ledge. It's all good. But the Phillies, because, we won the season series. Yeah, but the October's different. Best games out of 5. Their pitchers are as streaky as we are. I'll put it this way. Whoever gets more consistent right now is obviously going to get the job done. I know you're more worried about the Cubbies than the Phillies.
Yeah, I am. But listen,
I just don't want to see Philly in the playoffs.
I think that you respect Philly. I don't know if we respect the Cubs like that. And that's how you fall into a trap.
They got a potential Cy Young Award winner.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Listen, all these teams though are not better than us. None of them. They still have to come through the A. So,
1 through 9, nobody's better than us.
No, we have the advantage. But if you're saying, hey, is there a team that I fear or that I would, reluctantly like to not play in the first round? I've said the Cubs just because I think they have some moxie and some momentum behind them.
Right.
But I think you respect the Phillies. We've seen them too much to not respect them.
Correct.
So that's a good club. And I think Snit said it as much as well. We'll see what happens with the Nationals moving forward.
Hey, I know there's not much NBA news just yet, but there was a story I just saw today from Shams Charania.
Okay.
He doesn't play much defense, but he's a tremendous three-point sniper. Apparently, the Pacers can't seem to come to a deal with Buddy Hield, the former Oklahoma shooting guard.
Give me some shooting. We need more shooting.
Now, he's a defensive liability. You pointed out we were having this conversation off the air. He's kind of like a 0 on high tops on defense, and we're looking for more defense because we don't get much right now as it is. They're not going to spend the money, but apparently the Pacers are shopping for what it's worth a guy like Buddy Hield.
Yeah, listen, the story that came out yesterday, Turtle, who was it yesterday we were talking about from NBA that covers the league? Sean Turtle? I didn't hear you.
Sean Powell.
Sean Powell. Thank you,
Sean
Turtle.
Powell, he owes me money.
He had a story yesterday that Landry Fields and Kyle Korver, and we literally talked about it literally at the end of the show as we did yesterday, that they're going to stay the course and just see how things go. They want to see how things are going to go as the season gets underway. So basically, my team's on the floor. What you saw or what we thought we were going to see minus John Collins is what we're going to get. And he had that story yesterday, and I was so upset. You were out. I don't like it. I don't like the sound of it. But what this is what I perceive it to be, Mike, is we're going to wait to see, and maybe there's a deal at the trade deadline, but we got to see how good these young guys are, and we're going to play them.
Yep, so that's it. So more Jalen Johnson, which I like, and more A.J. Griffin, which I like. But you never replace whatever you think John Collins was or he was not. You did not replace that production. So where's that coming from? Steve Koonin kind of alluded to this. We spoke to him earlier in the summer. It was like very astute, Mike, when I said, we're not going to do anything and see maybe make a run at the trade deadline. I got to be honest, I'm trying to get excited, but we've gone completely backwards since the amazing 2021 run.
21 run.
Eastern Conference Finals.
All right, guys, coming up, we're going to clear our throats. We'll tell you what's coming up tomorrow on the show. Friday, we're out at Twin Peaks Buckhead location.
Yeah, man, going to be a lot of fun. We're always looking for some shenanigans as we get you ready for the football weekend. We will talk to Steve Koonin, our weekly visit with him, and we'll talk plenty of dogs. More like I know Fricky's always fired up about college football. We got plenty of shenanigans for you guys, so join us on Piedmont in Buckhead at Twin Peaks Friday.
We're coming back. We'll tell you what is coming up because tonight Atlanta United can continue to play great soccer. I think they're going to win tonight. I do. I feel like this momentum is real. The team has turned the corner.
Well, the new guys. All the dudes that Garth Lagerwey and Carlos Bocanegra picked up at the transfer window, they've all contributed. And I know that everyone's still in their bag about Messi not playing, but that was a fun, dynamic, old-school Atlanta game, ironically, against Tata's Miami Inter last weekend. That was fun. I hope they see more of that tonight.
They're in D.C. We'll talk to, you'll hear from Mike Conti and Jason Longshore coming up at 7 o'clock. It's Dukes and Bell live at Flowery Branch.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, thanks to our guest today, Arthur Smith. Also, left tackle Jake Matthews stopped by. We also got a chance to chop it up with Grant McCauley talking about our Braves guys. Tomorrow on the show, former Pro Bowl Lions defensive back Glover Quinn's going to join us. Tony Quinn will stop by 2:40 tomorrow. We'll talk to Joe Patrick here at Flowery Branch as the preparation continues for the Lions. Mike, you just mentioned this trade in the NFL.
Yeah, Cam Akers, who had fallen out of favor with Sean McVay, and actually they've been like love-hate for like the last 3 seasons, traded to the Vikings, who realized, wow, we may need a running back after they didn't sign off on Dalvin Cook's extension. So, yeah, Cam Akers, and I just dropped him in my fantasy league, and now I can't get him.
He's gone.
Got to clear waivers. He's going to get a lot of carries in Twin Cities.
Hey, Day-Day, great job behind the glass. Our engineer also, Turtle, thank you so much. Whispers, Jason, thank you for being here, running the cameras up at Flowery Branch, and Jersey Mike, our on-site engineer. Thanks to the staff up here, David Bassett and everybody. They do such a great job for the Falcons. We appreciate everything you guys do. Mike, we got to get out of here, man. It's time to clear your throat.
Hey, man, go Five Stripes tonight up there in our nation's capital. Very upset with HBO. Didn't get to do the show yesterday because, Ricky was in for me. Canceling Winning Time.
Oh.
I mean, like, Jeff Pearlman might be a weasel, but that show was great. The book it was based on is a bestseller. The acting's amazing. The casting's amazing. The nostalgia. Boo, HBO. How dare you cancel Winning Time?
Justin Fields, you know better. Your entire career, you've been prepped for these situations, and then you let it slip. Why are you not playing well? Coaching. Don't do that, Justin. You got to know better. Hey, if you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
an F-35 didn't crash in your backyard.